No ships. No pledges. Nothing. He's a broken man in a golden suit of armour. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, nerds, geeks, uber geeks, sci-fi enthusiasts, Star Citizen players. How is everyone? Good afternoon, good evening. What's that, Nungi? Don't forget Roblox players and Roblox players. How is everybody? Invictus has started. The Idris is sold out, gone, finished, 3 waves, done, dusted, missed out. I melted. It might have been a stupid idea. Acorn has told me several times, don't do it. But I melted absolutely everything. I have no starter package. And I have no ships in my hangar. So as Metaphysical says, holy dooly. Time for some crouch tomfoolery. Ladies and gentlemen, you know how we started every stream here. A little representation for Australia's greatest biscuit. The Tim Tam. You all know it. You all love it. It is 2 chocolate biscuits. With some delicious, well, it's not quite chocolate. It's kind of like a, I don't know. It's chocolate. 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle. It's all wrapped up in golden chocolate. We're going to use this biscuit, you guessed it, ladies and gentlemen, just like a straw. We're going to bite off the opposite corners. Can I start again? It's a Tim Tam commercial. We're going to bite off the opposite corners. It's going to expose the inside of this biscuit. We're going to use that biscuit straw to slurp up some of our favourite hot beverage. Cup of tea, hot coffee, hot chocolate, as it is in my case. It's going to melt the biscuit. It's going to melt the chocolate. Hopefully just on the inside. It's going to turn the outside chocolate a little bit soft, a little bit melty. It's going to be absolutely delicious. We're going to put it in our cake holes. And it's going to be entirely delicious. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Is my mouth tired? It's lagging behind. It's a little bit of lag, is it? Hopefully it catches up. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at Area 18. I popped in after work this morning. Come and check things out. And here we must remain. As I said, I melted absolutely everything. Let's jump in. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. Let's jump in, right? So here we are. I have no game packages. None. Everything from the beginning, from 2013 until today, is gone. Shock horror. Standalone ships. None. Everything is gone. I just started with trying to get some funds together, melt some things, some concept ships that I still had in my hangar, melt those, get the store credits, and then, you know, try and pick up a ridiculously expensive Idris. And then I kind of just got carried away. I was like, I don't need that, I'll melt that. Oh, you know, that 1350p with lifetime insurance from 2013. I don't need that. I'll just melt it. And then I went crazy. Everything, even all my subscriber flair. Actually, I did keep a handful of things. I got rid of everything that I'd purchased in the store except my glasses, 2 different sets of armor, and 1 of the Invictus uniforms. Got rid of all my paints. All gone. So now I should have a true no ship account. And obviously because I've spent a good chunk of change on this game. Let me get some music on. I don't need to have an account with a starter package. My account just has one. So even though, as we've just seen, I don't actually have a starter package, Mr. JP, hello, how are you? Even though I don't have any ships, I don't have a starter package, I'm still able to log in because my account has a dedicated game package. So let's have a bit of a wander around. I'm gonna just get some music going here. So we are here at Area 18, right? Had a bit of a wander around the Idris. I'm pretty sure I didn't see everything in the Idris. It's kind of a bit of a maze. I did spend quite a bit of time aboard, trying to get myself orientated. And like an old school numpty, I didn't use the mini-map because I always forget that we now have a mini-map. So I just sort of just wandered around and going, oh, I went left here, went right there, what's over here, am I port, am I starboard, you know, am I forward, am I aft, you know, where am I? But what a ship. What a ship. 2,090 Australian cash buck dollary dues in store credit for the Idris, but I missed out. I posted up on Discord. I didn't even see. I managed to get in on the second wave at 10 o'clock this morning. Plenty of opportunities. I could have bought one with cash buck dollary dues. I think that was active for about 4 minutes. But during that entire time, from 9:57 till 10:08, I had a macro running on 2 different screens that was just refreshing and then opening up the pledge. Refresh, open up the pledge. And I never once saw the store credit option become available, not even for 1 second. So I don't know if they had it open for store credit, or if they were just like, if we just keep it as sold out, everyone will think that it just sold out really quick, and then they'll have to use fresh cash buck dollary dues to war bond themselves in Idris. But I do have one slight problem, ladies and gentlemen. I did originally arrive here with a backpack and a helmet and some weapons. But during the great melt of 2025, those seem to have gone asunder. So let's head on over to the spaceport. Plenty of people around, which is lovely to see. Plenty of controversy in the verse at the moment. We'll head on over to the spaceport and go have a look. Do I actually have no ships? Or do I have access to like maybe some like subscriber ships or something? Who's had a chance to get to Invictus so far? Motherfig, my friend, joining us on the old Twitcheroo 07s. How are you? Who's had a chance to get to the old Bevic Centre? I really did like the layout of the convention this year. It actually felt a little bit more like a convention. There were plenty of places to go and get food. There were lots of places to sit down. They had tables. They had sitting areas. We're going to go back there shortly, have a bit of a scout around. I might have the 600i. Is that the subscribership of the month? The subs.
Now leaving the station.
Is that the subscribership of the month? Hey. All right, we might have. Well, actually, I was just about to say we might have some way of being able to get off of here, but we are at Invictus. We can always go rent ourselves a ship. What do I think of the Asgard? I liked it. I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot. Now, I've never spent much time aboard a Valkyrie, but it's got a lovely big hold. You know, I don't know what fits inside it. I'm sure Foxy Loxy will have a video on it when it becomes available. I don't know if it's available now to rent, but
Now arriving.
what's the deal with these people here? But I liked it a lot. All right, let's go have a look. Motherfig, you had a look. No military comps left. No military components left. What, the military components were limited? Oh boy, what about all the controversy to do with the fucking flight blades, yeah? It's really disappointing to see, man. It's really disappointing to see. There's so many opportunities that they have in this game to actually implement some gameplay, some progression, some meaning, some depth, some purpose. Such as building a reputation, unlocking progression paths, and, you know, gaining access to higher levels of tech, different suits of armor, you know, flight blades. Just like they've done a little bit with Wicklow, right? And with the contested zones and the executive hangar, and you know, there really shouldn't be this, you know, constant. Oh, I don't know. It's just really frustrating to see. Oh, of course, someone's managed to get a Pisces in here. People always find a way. All right. Even the Spartan fits in the Asgard, does it, Sun Devil? Mr. Jeremiah P. Why did I melt all of my ships? Well, I got a little bit carried away, Jeremiah. I was, you know, had a bunch of concepts in my hangar, and I was like, well, you know, when those concepts come about, I can always buy them back. But in the meantime, I'll cash in a bunch of stuff. Try and get myself some store credit to pick up an Idris, which I did just missed out on. And then I just kind of got carried away. I was like, I don't need that paint, I'll melt that. Oh, I don't need that suit of pledge armor, I'll melt that. I don't really need that ship, I never use it, I'll just melt that. And then it just got to the point where I was like, you know, I'm just going to melt it all, you know. You know, I've gotten over. You know, when I originally melted my original Starfarer, my 2013 Starfarer, and I got I want my 2013 Starfarer back, and, you know, I contacted support and said, you know, I melted my Starfarer. I bought it back, but the date it says on the Starfarer of that pledge was the day I bought it back, not when I pledged for it in whenever it was, June 2013. I want my original Starfarer back that says June 2013, and they said, look, we'll do it for you just this once. And so after that, I kind of just became a little bit detached. So
Hello, and welcome to Riker Memorial Spaceport.
I suddenly realised, did I spend that much on the game? I spent a lot.
We hope you
A
have
lot.
safe travels wherever your
What's up, Longy?
destination may be.
Ah. So why did I melt my entire fleet? I just got carried away. Alright, let's have a look. What do I have? What do I have?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
I don't know why the screen's doing that.
Please visit us
Our
again.
corp's unique vertically integrated
Why do I have all these ships?
The ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
and logistical paradigm for our rental partners. Inquire today to learn how
I have a C8R Pisces stored at Lawville. a Nomad, a Cutlass Red, a Drake Vulture, a Starlancer Max, attack,
To the ASOT vehicle retrieval system.
a 600i, Touring Ship, an Aegis Avenger Titan.
Please be aware that while in the Stanton system and on our
That doesn't make any sense because,
Please visit us again.
as we can see, I have no game packages. Your hangar is empty. Jason the Bruce, how are you, my friend? You come home and I've melted everything. It's all gone. I have no game packages. I have no standalone ships. Why then do I have all of this stuff?
worlds to exploring the stars. Our corp is proud to
As much as it would be cool fun to start, have a no ship account, which is what I thought I'd have, it would be so incredibly difficult.
Vehicle selected.
So incredibly difficult.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Oh, Jeremiah, that's a good point.
It takes all of us working together to keep
Were these bought in
safe
game?
and secure
There's no way I would have bought an Avenger
and
Titan.
report possible threats
I
every
probably
time.
bought the Pisces. Probably bought the Nomad. I don't think I would have bought either the Vulture. I wouldn't have bought in game because I would have had one for my Orion. Not the Orion, for
Thank you
oh,
for
maybe I did
visiting
buy it in
our
game.
Please visit
Hey,
us again.
looking at that.
Goodbye. Welcome
Whatever
to the
your
ASOT
transaction,
vehicle
we
retrieval
wish you a
system.
beneficial and prosperous stay.
I wouldn't have bought the Starlancer Max and certainly not the TAC. I don't think you can buy it in game at the moment. Or maybe do we all just get a Starlancer TAC at the moment? Oh, that's a very good point. Did I buy things in game? I probably bought the Pisces. It's very, very cheap. I probably bought a Nomad that's only 1.6 million.
All UEE common laws are
Probably
still
your
in
free fly ships and sub ships, hey? The Titan is for the free fly. The 600i in the Titan you can account for, Sun Devil. 600i is a subscriber perk. Okay, so we've got some ships. We've got some
Thank you for
ships.
visiting our corp, Stanton's capital of commerce.
So what do we have here? Okay, so the
We wish you
600i.
beneficial and prosperous
I'm gonna have a look at this 600i. Oh, let's go.
Please visit us
Actually,
again.
you know what we should do? Is let's go have a look and see if we can rent an Asgard. We'll go see what's available for rent. Mabutu, how are you? Morning. Some of those might be subscriber ships. They are for
Obey
you.
all
Okay.
security and customs
So
personnel at all
having an
times.
actual
With all
no ship
your
account
safety.
doesn't seem possible, right? If you're a subscriber, at least. You know, I'm the lowest level subscriber. What is it? A librarian or whatever it is. You're always going to get some level of ship, right? Each month. I'd like to know what happened to my backpack and my helmet. It's a bit disappointing. You know, I brought my golden armor to Invictus this year. And if I've lost my helmet, that'll be a little disappointing. Obviously, you know, my home location is set at Lawville, so I have no inventory here. And I don't see why the Great Melt of 2025 would have had an influence or an impact on my backpack or the weapons I was carrying, and certainly not my helmet. That just seems a little strange. Maybe I was robbed. Who really knows, hey? But we now have the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to spend a whole bunch of cash buck dollary doos on some new ships. I'm looking at a couple of different game packages. Not that I need a game package, but you know, they're packages, right, with a bunch of different ships. And the 2 packages I'm looking at have pretty much all of the ships I'm interested in. Mabutu, I did miss out on an Idris. I tried at 10 o'clock, which was wave 2. No store credit options popped up. They were just continuously sold out, like I said earlier. From 9:57 till 10:08. I was constantly checking, getting my refresh skills on. Plenty of opportunities to pick one up, War Bond, but I never once saw the store credit option become available at all for the 11 minutes I tried.
Now arriving.
And then I wanted to try again at 6 o'clock. But I was asleep. I lay down for a bit of a nap and missed it. So no, the Great Melt of 2025 was pointless. Well, you know, kind of pointless. That bottle looks sealed. Let's go have a bit of a wander around, hey? The only thing that I really do regret, and I'm not able to buy it back, unfortunately, is my Rear Admiral package, which is you know, similar to the Constellation Andromeda starter package, except it included a whole bunch of other things that we're never ever going to get, like a hard copy, a hardback Making of Star Citizen book, you know, music DVDs, a collector's tin, a whole bunch of physical goods that we'll never ever see. And so because of that, I'm not able to buy that pledge back because it now includes things, or it includes things now that are no longer available. So I'm a bit disappointed about that. But, you know, it is what it is. It's just a game. The money is spent. The money is gone. I didn't get as much back as I thought I was going to get. I mean, I have bought and gifted things to my other alt accounts. Obviously, I have my subscription payments over the last couple of years. But I didn't get back the value that I thought I'd be getting back. There it is, the Idris P. I did have a good wander around this ship. And outside, from a solo perspective, outside of using it as just a mobile base out in space, has anyone been able to QT to any of their, you know, abandoned ships in space yet? Defending the future. Welcome to Invictus Launch Week. Alright, I want to check out. We can move at a more accelerated pace. Oh, you've tried it, Meta? It works well? Oh, that's lovely. Alright, so here's the rental kiosks. Let's have a look and see what's available to rent. You just got home, Jason? You've been away, have you? You haven't played in well over a week, so nope. Alright, so we got the Vanguard, the Hoplite, the Warden, the Firebird. Oh, the what's it called? The Hergequirtler? The Asgard. It's an Anvil ship, right? It's not going to be here. Oh, the Grey Cat MTC. They're claiming you can rent over 100 ships and vehicles over the entire event. Should do something close to that. You can set a marker, but as of yet, it's only for internal spaces. And you can set multiple markers. Go to your mini-map and press T. Oh, like waypoints. You can set waypoints for the mini-map, hey? That's pretty cool. Should do. Obviously, they unlock as each of the days progresses. Obviously, right now we've got Aegis and Grey Cat, and tomorrow is RSI, Origin, and something else. So a quick look. So yeah, over the course of the event, yeah, RSI, Origin, and Argo. Then we have Mirai Misk and Consolidated Outland, Crusader Industries, Tumbril, Anvil Aerospace, Drake Interplanetary, and then the finale. Alright, let's go have a quick look. There's the MTC, the Guardian MX. Now the Guardian MX, right, unlike the Guardian, it doesn't actually include any living accommodation. So it is purely just a, you know, a fighter now, a heavy fighter. And apparently there's a ship here that if you get into its turret, you can't get out. So I don't know what ship that is. I can't remember what it is. So just be aware. So the Guardian, normally in this space, somewhere, has a bed and a little kitchen and a bathroom, but the MX doesn't have that. We go straight from the component room. Oh my word! Into the cockpit. There's no living quarters aboard the MX. How do I go back down? Look at all the cargo space in the MX. Yeah, Wicked Wookie, the MX not having a bed killed it for you. Yeah, exactly. Especially given that the Guardian has a bed in it. Why would the MX not? I mean, it's just an, you know, an upgraded weapons platform, really. You know. Here's the Asgard. Oh my word, what's going on? I've just literally woken up about an hour ago. Maybe I overslept. You can get 1 times 2 box up the elevator. Calypsia, well, good day. How are you? What's up? Well, I had originally thought, given the great melt of 2025, I'd have no ships in my account in the ASOP. But, as was rightly pointed out in chat, I probably bought some ships in game. Then I've got some subscriber ships. Oh my word, what's going on? Help Whimper. Can you get me some Coke, please? So I don't actually have no ships. That's terrible English. So at this present point in time, I did think that I would have no ships. However, upon a little bit of investigation, it is seems to be that I have access to multiple different sorts of ships. So, whilst I currently don't have a game package or any ships in my hangar, I still do have some ships in game. Thank you, Upper Whimper. So I don't mind this ship. I don't mind this ship at all. I know that the Valkyrie. Oh my word! I know that the Valkyrie is Starstream's favourite rock mining vehicle, although I haven't seen him play any Star Citizen for quite some time. He did make a short little return and a quick little foray into the game, but I haven't seen him playing for a long time. But his rock mining vehicle of choice was always the Valkyrie, and the Asgard obviously being built on the same chassis. It does now have that little decapitating door, right, over the stairs. So I always used to see him come, you know, running down this corridor and jump down the stairs. But that doesn't seem to be possible anymore. Have you found any script hanging around the Invictus launch week hall? I have not. I have not. Excuse me? Not open? Somebody's locked it? Maybe the cockpit, the bridge, the flight deck hasn't been finished yet. It would be sweet if you could jump off of here. People have locked some doors. Little living quarters. I swear when I looked at this earlier on, you could get access to this bathroom. Dog 13, my friend, how are you? It's on your buy list. It's on my list to buy, the Asgard. The great melting of 2025. It's all gone. It's all gone. Maybe somebody's in the bathroom. Very possibly. Yeah, I haven't found any script anywhere. I've sort of been running around in all the corners and checking all the tables and, you know, occasionally looking in some pot plants and, you know, you can go behind a lot of the displays and it's actually really nice now. You know, there's areas where there's like roped off and it says, you know, convention staff only, and then there's little storerooms and that, you know, they've got their whammers sitting on the table that they haven't finished and yeah, I really like what they've done with the layout this year. It feels very much more like a convention space. What would be super cool would be to have like little breakout rooms. You know, at a lot of conventions and stuff and conferences, you have little breakout rooms and panels and all that sort of stuff. That it would be cool if they had, like Calypso says, little panel rooms where they had like some little CIG videos that weren't available on YouTube or Twitch or something like that, where you could go sit down and watch like a 3 or 4 minute video about the Anvil Arrow or, you know, whatever, you know, the Mirai Guardian. The sort of stuff that Paul Shelley from Astro Historian does. I was kind of hoping that I'd bump into one of his tours, but, you know, being on an Australian server, I think the chances of that are kind of remote, given that he's probably on a US server. But he does little tours of the hall and goes around and talks about the ships and the companies and the history and... yeah, they're super fun. Yeah, so I haven't found any script anywhere. Here is the Guardian, right? I really liked this ship. A heavy fighter. Look, same component room. Perhaps maybe this component room might be a little bit smaller, but then it's separated, right? Into this tiny little living quarters, which on the MX was more componentry. But here, you've got a little bed, you've got a little kitchenette, and you've got a, you know, shower toilet, a shoilet. This makes a huge difference. You know, sometimes, and I've noticed that over the last month or so specifically, or maybe it's only just been a couple of weeks, since we went out on one of my alt account, on Curtis's account, and we did a whole bunch of the yellow contract ship bounties in his Cutlass Black. They were so much fun. We just had a combat stream with Curtis. That I was like, oh, you know, that'd be super fun to do in my F8, right? And so I took, which is gone now, I melted that as well. Everything's gone. The great melting of 2025. I can take my F8. But the problem is, I've got to fly back to somewhere when I log off, or I just log off in space and just claim the ship, or... but having a fighter that has some living, space aboard it, to be able to get out there, do a little bit of combat, and then, climb into bed and log off. A little suit locker. How nice will it be, suit clan, when we can just click a button and our suit of armor just goes clonk on the wall. It is a cute ship. I didn't really care for it too much, when it came out. I don't normally get involved in all the hype sort of stuff, although having said that, I did buy half a dozen Furies when they came out, specifically for the LTI tokens, which are all now gone. That's another thing I don't really care about anymore, is bloody lifetime insurance. What a ridiculous scam. Well, not a scam. I shouldn't say a scam. That has a certain connotation. But what a ridiculous thing to worry about.
That are UEE Army Brethren order. The Navy maintains an active, versatile fleet of ground vehicles as well.
Do you wish suit lockers worked, Calypsia? Yeah, that'd be sweet. You had one LTI ship which you melted ages ago, a freelancer. Look, it's not going to make any difference, right? If you buy something on the pledge store, you will always have it. The only difference being, do you need to pay for insurance in-game or not? And, I'd rather have to pay for insurance in-game because it gives you something freaking to do in this ridiculous game where there's nothing to do. There's nothing and everything. One of my friends at work, Jimmy's always like, "What's up, Viv?" I'm like, "Everything and nothing, Jimmy. Everything and nothing." There's loads of things to do in this game, but absolutely no purpose. Speaking of purpose, this whole event is about purpose. The UEE Navy's purpose. What this game needs is purpose. And they could have really, they had a great opportunity with Flight Blades. They started that with the contested zones and with Wicklow, doing things in game to earn things in game and have a sense of progression, a sense of development, a sense of meaning, a sense of purpose. But by just making everything available to buy on the web store or in game at some point, just defeats the point of any sort of purpose. Yeah, I haven't seen any script anywhere. Again, not having a great idea of what they look like outside of them just being like a small little chocolate bar. Or having any idea where they might spawn. Yeah, it just feels like a really massive wasted opportunity. The people who play Star Citizen really enjoy it. What we don't need is more things to buy. I can totally understand that CIG is a company and a business, and they've got significant costs and overheads, and obviously they need to make a profit, and I totally understand that. So how would, having a game that actually feels like a game and gives people a sense of progression, a sense of purpose, have an influence on their revenue, as opposed to just selling things on the pledge store. Now, I have said before, they should make the pledge store, things on the pledge store, they should put more things on the pledge store. But I'm not so sure, man. The game is in a really, really good spot. There's lots of things to do. And everything outside of my grievances with the aspects and the game loops that I, play more so than others. They're really at the point now where they need to, you know, spend time fleshing out the game. And by doing so, I think more people will... This was another ship I was thinking about. The Redeemer, yeah. Big gunboat. I know that people enjoy playing the game more, but I don't know how that will translate to, you know, people spending money, right? Back to the chat clips here. Kind of like you have to pay for ship insurance on EVE Online. Yeah, you know, there needs to be constant money sinks. You know, then, you know, every time you log in, you know, just you know, as a way of thinking. If every time you logged in, you lost 15% of your wallet, right? This is just a number out of thin air. Now, all of a sudden, there's a reason to actually have to do things because you've got to pay for upkeep. Now, I'm just saying 15% of your wallet just as an example. But, you know, if you had to pay, like we do for Argo, a mortgage, you know, insurance premiums, landing fees, you know, different types of service fees, if you had to pay for, you know, storage at your home base. Let's say you started off with a small amount of storage. And then just like you would in many games, you know, as you progress through, and like we do with Argo, he has progression paths, you unlock a little bit more storage. You unlock, oh, now you've got a, you know, a medium warehouse. Now you've got a large warehouse. Now you've got a super large warehouse. And now you own the storage complex and can store as much stuff as you want. You start off with one hangar space. Oh, you bought another ship? Well, you're going to have to buy another hangar space or rent one if you can't afford to buy one, etc., etc. There's so many things that they could have done and can still do to make the game feel like an actual game. And now, I've always found it difficult to explain what I mean by game. Because, you know, this is a game, right? You know, we're inside a computer game. But there's no game in here. It's just a sandbox with things to do. There's no game. I don't know how else to explain it. Maybe if Jason the Bruce, you know, he's also a game designer, you know, he's making his own tabletop game at the moment, will understand what I mean by where's the game within this game? Where's the sense of purpose? Where's the challenge? Where's the progression? You know, there isn't any. There's no game. They've missed so many opportunities, mostly because over, you know, they've spent all of this time building their tech, the framework, the sandpit. They've built the sandpit now. Now it's time to put the toys into the sandpit. And by toys, I don't mean more ships. I mean the game.
The truth is that with the variety of operations over the
Yeah, like CT says, Star Citizen seems to be more simulator than game. Yep.
some models made for the private sector.
Clips, you did some interesting naval patrol scenario missions last night. Yeah, I haven't done anything yet. All I've done is wander around the Invictus halls earlier this morning. Then I got crazy, and you know, the Great Melter of 2025 began and concluded. And then I had a nap, and then I woke up, and I was like, "Time to jump on, have a look. Hopefully, there's no ships in my account, and we can go. What do we do now?" You kind of fail to see how they've even started trying to change this. Well, they have a little bit, right? With the introduction of Wicklow, you know, now the Wicklow, the Rayari collection missions. So now, you know, now there's a bit of sense of purpose. The Rayari missions, perhaps maybe not so much, because, you know, all you're doing is collecting stuff and going and, you know, cashing it in for cash, buck, dollar, do credits. Wicklow, on the other hand, Wicklow is actually giving you things that you normally otherwise wouldn't have in the game. You know, armor, weapons, ships. The contested zones have introduced the ability to get different sorts of components. So they've started. But what they really need to do now is triple down on that. You know, triple down on it, quadruple down on it. The hammerhead, hey? Look how small this hammerhead is compared to other ships, and yet somehow I still get lost in it. I don't know what I would do if I actually did manage to get an Idris. I'd just spend half the time trying to figure out where the hell I was.
Our UEE Army Brethren Order. The Navy maintains an active, versatile fleet of ground vehicles as well, whether for logistics, transport, or even exploration operations.
Yeah, there's so many things that they could be doing. Alright. Yeah, no script. I doubt the script would be in the ship. I was kind of expecting it to be sort of like on these displays and, you know, around these sitting areas. There's lots of different cafes and stuff to sit out. I can't see. Oh yeah, there's one over there. Oh yeah, and this is where one of those cool little staff areas is. I thought there might be some script in there. It would be so nice for all of these components. It's an Agni, a quantum drive. It's made by Agni. It's a quantum drive. Oh no, it's called an Agni. It's a quantum drive made by Juno Starwork. And I can buy it for 143,640. But I cannot find out any information about it. So why would I just buy it off the show floor here? What they need in this freaking game is Urkel. Something to be able to bring up the information of the stats and its abilities, just like we see all of that stuff on Urkel. Oh, I thought there was a... Oh yeah, there it is over there. Oh yeah. Coffee to go! Like these little areas here. I thought there might be some scrap in here. Script. Look at this. Cleaning supplies. Little trolley truck. I like this bit too. How this is open and accessible, because it gives you a clear representation that this is in fact like a conference space, right? And all of this internals is what they've built for this specific conference. Yet if you go behind, you know, the decoration, so to speak, you can now just see the superstructure of the event hall and then all of the stuff inside it. Just like you would if you go to any big convention or anything like that. Is, you know, these warehouses, they're just big empty warehouses until you fill them up with all of the convention decoration is the wrong word, but the convention setup. And so I had originally thought that there'd be script on all these tables or in sort of these sitting areas. I do like how they've got one of these in pretty much every hall. But I haven't found a single piece. To quote a great line from a classic, we ain't found shit. Nothing. So, bounty hunter missions obviously at the moment are a bit skewed. They're showing you all of the player bounties across every shard, across every server, across every region. That's what my understanding is. So right now there's 400 and, well, most of these are player bounties. I'm sure that there's a handful in here that aren't player bounties, that are actually bounty hunter missions. But as far as my understanding is that these are all broken, so there's no point trying to chase these, because who knows where Falling Llama could be. He's probably not even on my server, right? So bounty hunters are broken. Yeah, right, Calypsia? You hate how the PvP bounties are lumped in there in the bounty hunter? This is another thing that really needs work. Alrighty. Mercenary missions. Data theft for Blackjack security. Problem over at Comaray. Around Walla, you are being tasked with locating the Blackjack security and destroying them. These things are designed to operate passively with as low of an EM-SIG as possible. Finding them might take some effort and thorough scanning. Okay, so that's a scanning one. Yellow level contract. Routine patrol. Okay, so these are some of the new ones. Oh, and we get the boarding action one here in ArcCorp, obviously. Protect site trial contract. There should be some priority. Here we go. Priority. Hunt the Polaris and Naval Patrol Training Scenario number 1. They do need their own section. So there doesn't seem to be anything here at Invictus Launch Week like there was at Invictus. At IAE last year, where they had, those little things that you could do on, and check on the website. Go to the convention hall, do a delivery mission, do a combat mission, and you get the rewards, the suit of Singularity Orc Mark 4 armor or Mark 5 or whatever it was, completing those little tasks. Yeah. At IAE had a mission for going to the convention hall. Yeah, exactly. Those sorts of little things. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some decisions to make. Obviously, I've got access to some ships, right? The store credit that is currently sitting in my RSI account is simply that. It's store credit. I can't get that cash buck dollary dues back. I've said many times that I really enjoy playing on my alt accounts with limited ships and limited choice, limited scope. But on the other hand, as I've been rabbiting on for the best part of 6 months now, it would be nice to have access to some ships that can help facilitate some group activities. And we went through this a couple of weekends ago, maybe 2 weeks back. We put a fleet together with sort of like a flagship of Crouch Consolidated Industries, the main ship, not the mothership, but the flagship, the TAC. Yeah, I did enjoy the TAC, but it's so slow. It's painfully slow. Look at this little detail here, right? They've put the ship on this little ramp, yeah? On this little incline. Because of where the ship, how the ship sits and its size, and that sort of at around this point at the ship's aft, the ground levels off. They've added this little ramp here, because the ramp of the ship wouldn't actually touch the ground because of the angle that this ship is sitting on and the angle of the ground. This little detail is super nice. It's terribly slow, from flying the Max. It's slower than the Max Calypsia. It's slower than the Max. Can't you upgrade the TAC engines to go faster? I don't think you can upgrade it to go faster. That's what the flight blades are for, and they're at the moment only available for specific ships. Where's this music coming from? This music is in game right now. It's convention hall music that gets louder as soon as you enter the tack and then fades away the deeper you get inside it. It gets loud as you enter. Whoa, look at this. And then as you enter the ship, it slowly fades out. That is an experience, right? I was talking about that little ramp, right? I like that little detail. But that audio change, it's like a scene in a movie, right? You know, where sound effects and music play a difference. If we go back out into the convention hall, now we can hear me running around. We can hear that drum beat in the background. Okay, let's turn that off for a minute. It gets louder as we approach the ship. Big, menacing, heavy drum beat. Deep growls. Rude. And as we're playing around out the back here, you can hear the music. And then as you come up the ramp, it crescendos into the hold, and then off we go into the ship. That's freaking amazing. Med bay. I was expecting up the forward here to see the armory, but this apparently is just the suit lockers, right? There's no armory down here anywhere. It's all just suit lockers. Which seems mildly strange to me because the armory is actually upstairs. Where's the armory? Here in the crew quarters, right? Which kind of makes sense, you know, you get up out of bed and then you get a gun and then you go have breakfast, right? I'm assuming that this is, you know, what happens in most American households. You know, you get up out of bed, you go get armed, and then you go, you know, make some food, right? And then, you know, when you want to go out and about, then you go downstairs and get clothes on, because don't forget, we haven't got clothes on yet. We just got up, we got a gun to make sure that, you know, our bacon didn't kill us. We had our food, and then we went downstairs to get changed. I tease, but I tease, of course. I really like this ship. I really like this ship. Outside of that little, you know, Invictus entrance to the ship, it is quite nice. The little hangar back here. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the hangar. Am I? Where is the hangar? The hangar! Oh! I like this little hangar. I like this little hangar. Now, I did watch, you know, Captain Foxy Lox's video on trying to squish a whole bunch of stuff into this hangar, but I do like the fact that it just fits a single Fury really nicely. Here's this little footprint. Here's the landing zone. As you can see, it's designated. It's got an outline like a murder scene. You can fit two of them in here comfortably, giving the ship a little bit of extra, you know, personal protection. Obviously, the Fury doesn't have a quantum drive. You can't really use it as a travel vessel. It's purely just a peripheral support for the ship. Dogs, it is a cool ship, and I agree, it is way too slow for what it is. It is painfully slow. You're always armed now, are you, Calypsia? Well, you know, I can't blame you. I like this little hangar. Vives Donkey from Shrek impression. Or did I? Missed that one, Jason.
whether for logistics, transport, or even
Mr. CT does not, in fact, own a gun. We tease the Americans probably a little bit too much. You know what this engine room needs? And oh no, hang on. Ignore me. Oh no, wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. That's for batteries. You know what would be nice if these doors automatically closed after a certain amount of time? Because I can't imagine, you know, why would there be a door on these components, okay? Outside of an aesthetic perspective, you could assume that there'd be a door on these component bays to ensure, just like your computer is somewhat sealed, right? That you close or put the side of your casing back on to make sure that any ventilation inside there is working properly, to make sure that any exhaust gases are actually being exhausted from these components as they're running and not venting out into the room, etc. So that's, you know, the reason why I think there would be a door there. Because if none of those things were issues, then there really wouldn't be a door outside of aesthetic issues to have a door. So it would be nice for these component bays to close after, you know, say, you know, a couple of minutes. She's got a very Fallout, you know, look going on there. But I come back. What all of these engines rooms lack and are missing is a little workbench, a table. You could put one right here in the middle, where you would have your components and multi-tools and a, you know, a vice and, you know, whatever and a, you know, that sort of stuff. Somewhere for the engineers to do engineering sort of things, to keep their tools, their blueprints. Yeah, I do really like this ship. I do really like this ship. I like its feel. I like its layout. Like the Starlancer Max, it doesn't feel like the freighter that it should be, because that central space, that accommodation with these huge big, you know, double berths, and, you know, it doesn't feel right. This ship feels right. Life support and a gravity generator. This ship feels right. It's just painfully slow.
Aegis Dynamics is committed to improving the client experience. Also,
I do love MISC ships. I love this letterbox view. Somewhere for the coffee, you mean, Jason? Yeah, of course. Somewhere for them to put their coffee in their cruise. I mean, how are we supposed to accidentally spill coffee onto expensive components without a table? Indeed. Indeed. Two remote turrets. So where are the other turret seats then? Because there's supposed to be, what, 6 turrets on this ship? Oh, there's a couple back here, right? There's the 2 remote turrets. Oh, I think they're downstairs. And then there's a turret back. Oh no, that's the engine room. It must be downstairs. It must be downstairs. Let's go back downstairs. So, what do I do now in terms of my ships? We'll have a look at the packages that I've been thinking about. There's that music again. Med bay. Couple of little jump seats. Here are the other 2 turret seats here. Into turret, into turret. So these are the underslung manned turrets. Then the other two up top are the remote turrets.
And family to come together and celebrate the cause of
Elevator and then armory.
and civic pride.
8 crew. Pilot, co-pilot, 2 gunners upstairs, 2 gunners downstairs. That's 6 crew, right? How many seats were back here? Okay, so they've got 8 seats here. Okay. 8 seats, 8 lockers. I would have assumed that these 6 lockers here would have been for the crew, and then this space here could have been like a nice weapon rack. There's the 2 missile remote turrets, the 2 main remote turrets, and the 2 lower side guns. The missile ones are controlled by the co-pilot. So the co-pilot controls 2 missile turrets. Oh yeah, they're the ones at the back, right?
The latest line of defenders from Aegis Dynamics have already been battle tested throughout the Empire and beyond. With that kind of success,
Wicked Wookiees. Oh yeah, there is, isn't there? There's a weapon slot in each seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is a very nice ship. It is a very nice ship. I did notice when I took mine out the other day that you can't vault onto this ledge, which seems a little crazy to me. You know, I really would have thought that you'd be able to vault onto this and grab onto it and pull yourself up. So that seemed like a small oversight. When I first tested it, the elevator down here the animation wasn't working properly, but that seems to have been fixed in the patch that came out just before Invictus went live. But I do like the TAC. I do like the Asgard. I think when we get around to Anvil Day, I'll definitely be renting the Asgard as a potential rock mining vehicle. I like this little buggy here, the Grey Cat MTC. Good option for a ground vehicle if you don't want to take an Ursa Rover or can't fit an Ursa Rover. It kind of looks as wide as an Ursa Rover. I agree, Wicked Wookie. The TAC is so amazing. It is a lovely ship. I really like it. It's just painfully slow. We need to have ourselves a beverage. So the plan. What ships do we get? Let's have a look at a couple of game packages. And we'll have a look at some fleets.
Let me just wrap this up and I'll be right with you.
who are invited to train with the Marines on the hostile environments of Coruscant.
And then we might need to do some of these new contracts. All right, let me have a quick look here, because a couple of weeks ago,
The UEE Navy is proud to welcome Aegis Dynamics back to Victor's launchpad. Though they have created some of the most iconic and decorated naval ships in our history, their past was draped in shadow for decades.
fleet.
We are thrilled to see that they have truly committed
Okay, so
themselves
this
to
is,
building it right.
open this with, is there not just like an image viewer? Photos, here we go. So this is the fleet that we put together a couple of weekends ago as a good option for, you know, my main fleet and to run some Crouch Consolidated Industries activities out of. You know, we had the Starlance Attack, the Starlance Max, the Starlance Attacks as sort of like a, you know, core, you know, flagship. Reclaimer for salvage work, a Mole for some mining, C2 for running some freight, the Starlance Attack for security work and bounties and, you know, all that sort of stuff. And then my personal little fleet down the bottom here, the Starlance Max being my daily runner with a Rock and an Ursa Medic in it. I can go rock mining in that, and go run bunkers and all that sort of stuff in it. And then when I want to go do a little bit of mining, I can use the Prospector, go do a little bit of salvage in the Vulture. Or if I want to go do some combat, I can take the F8C Lightning out. So that was what we went through a couple of weekends ago.
Forward to in naval service.
Having a look. All right, let's just bring this one up, and we'll go have a look at game packages, right?
Aegis Dynamics is committed
Might as well have a look at the game packages. Not that I need a game package.
more so than any other manufacturer. Their reps and engineers are a common fixture at the Academy and Naval Bases.
All right, so they don't have the huge, big, massive $42,000 package available at the moment. I'm sure it's probably gone up a little bit now. That's the just but get everything in the game package. That's out up until that date. The Dominus pack, it's out of my price range. It also has a whole bunch of ships in it that I'm just not really interested in it. Am I interested in the Idris P? Of course. The Endeavour? Yes. The Starfarer? Yes. The Hammerhead? Yes. The Redeemer? Not so much. The whole scene? Not so much. And then we sort of get to the point where I'm like, yeah, there's nothing really here. There's a lot of combat-orientated ships or with different combat roles that I'm just like, I'm not interested in any of these. The Saber Comet, the Saber, the Gladiator, a couple of different variants of the Hornet, the Hurricane, the Gladius, the Herald, all of these small little fighters. Mr. Super 5, how are you? Peanuts. We need ships more expensive than the 47k packages. So this one doesn't really, there's no point in this one.
Sorry, I'll be with you momentarily.
Now, if we skip past a couple and we come to this Exploration Mega Pack, right? This one has the ship that I have always wanted the most.
How about
Is the
we wait
Carrack
until you're done
Expedition.
with what you have? Yeah, I see you. Hi, thanks for coming in. What
The
can I
Carrack
get you?
Expedition. The good old Queen Charlotte. The CCI Queen Charlotte.
Seems like you
Now
have
this
enough already.
has the Carrack and its little baby
Sorry,
snub, the
I'll be with you
Pisces.
momentarily.
It has the Cyclone to put in the vehicle garage.
Hi.
It has a Dragonfly to put in the vehicle garage.
What can I get you?
That wraps up
Seems like
the
you've got more than enough
Carrack,
already.
right? Then we got the Terrapin, a savage, tough little turtle. Not sure how much I'd use it or what I'd use it for. The Freelancer Doer again, another sort of, beefy, heavy, tanky sort of ship. The 315p, this was one of my original pledges back in 2013. Let's get some Heritage credit on this. The 315p. Got a tractor beam on it. To me, it felt like, a mercenary ship, kind of like a gun runner or something like that, or a smuggler's private little ship that he'd use in between, the freighter and all that sort of stuff. The 600i, look, it's a lovely luxury ship. It would be very nice to have one. Obviously needs a massive rework. And then the Constellation Aquila. So in this package here, there's a whole bunch of ships. The whole package is of interest to me. Let's jump back up into the convoy packs. Yeah, 315p at one point, Calypso. I like it, although I never really used it a great deal. I used my 300i more than I did the 315p. I think they've changed the inside of them quite a lot. I've seen a few of them and they don't look familiar anymore. So the convoy pack. A Hull D. Good lord. A Merchantman. Yeah, okay. The Hercules. Yeah, sure. The Caterpillar. Yeah, sure. The Starfarer. Sure. The Vulcan. Okay, nice little support ship. refuel and repair, all that sort of stuff. The Apollo triage, bit of medical sort of gameplay. A freelancer max for a little bit of transport or doing a little bit of rock mining. A little 135C for, you know, little personal shuttle missions. And the Avenger Titan, not so much. The Hammerhead, yeah, okay, cool. A Terrapin, okay, yeah. Again, the tough little turtle. A Saber, ship to fight in. A Defender, okay. We got a couple of handful of like combat ships down the bottom here. Nice group, you know, gunboat sort of mission. Mr. Rag, how are you? Holy snapping duck shit. Look at those prices. Yeah, so yeah, 3,850 USD. And then obviously we have the big Praetorian pack, 16.5 grand. They don't have, the last time I saw the big one, the $42,000 package, I think it might have gone up by now. I haven't seen it for a while. But this obviously, you know, has heaps of stuff in it. 890 Jump, the Idris M, the Pioneer, the Polaris, the Hammerhead, the 600i. And then we get down into some of the smaller ships, the Carrack, the Genesis Starliner, the Reclaimer, Constellation Phoenix, the Endeavour, the Merchantman, the Orion, Starfarer. We get down into some of these other smaller ships, the Andromeda, the Vulcans, Terrapins, Defenders. Now we're down into little combat ships. Taurus, do a bit of transport in that. The 350R, Cutlass Red, Cutlass Black. Bunch of ground vehicles. That's out of the price range right now. Is this some sort of cult? Look, I think that there'd probably be a portion of the game that is somewhat cult-esque. Spend more money. It's true. That's what happens in cults, right? Give us all your money and you'll have happiness. I'll be back in a moment. I've got a spare Batari right here. The table cult still loves. Okay, so this convoy pack, it's of interest. You know, there's a bunch of ships in here, including my beloved Starfarer. I spent so much time in my Starfarer when I first started playing. Using the journal. Where is it? Is it not here anymore? Is it not here anymore? I think they've gotten rid of it. Crosshair, what is this? Oh yeah, there used to be like a... It's gone. There used to be like a... Oh my god. Like a commodity traders thing in the journal here, where it would tell you who was overstocked of a product and how much they were selling it for, and who was understocked. Or they had different locations listed. At this location, they're overstocked of this and understocked of this. So you could go to one of those locations and see what they were overstocked of and buy processed food for, you know, however much, and then take it to a different location to sell it that, you know, where they were under demand. You know, they needed more, and they'd sell it to you, or they'd buy it from you at a slightly higher price. That was my introduction to commodity trading, and I used my Starlancer so much for that. And it obviously now has its refueling gameplay. You can refuel ships, but it doesn't have any game play. There's no NPC contracts to do. I can't refine fuel and supply it to space stations. Again, lots of wasted opportunities for, you know, actual gameplay. You know, they've got such a heavy focus, CIG, on player versus player interaction, which is wonderful, but 90% of it needs to be, in my opinion, NPC orientated. Like in my Starfarer, it's wonderful that I can go out and refuel another player's ship, but that never happens. Very, very rarely will you see somebody say, is there a Starfarer online? Because otherwise you just log off and log back on and get a new ship and claim that ship, and there's no consequence, right? So the whole gameplay loop for the Starfarer's refueling is null and void. There was that whole thing that when Pyro comes along, the Starfarers are going to have their day. But there's fuel everywhere in Pyro. No day for the Starfarer. So if they gave us NPC-orientated activities, even if it was just transporting fuel between space stations, like a delivery mission, go to this station, fill up the Starfarer with X amount of fuel and take it to this station, and you'll get paid 80,000 credits. A delivery mission for fuel. Or if it's, fuel intake scoops and refinery was working, and then go fly around in certain areas of space and refine yourself a whole bunch of hydrogen, and then, take it into a station and go sell it for, cash buck dollary dues. Just like we do with salvage. Go out, find some salvage panels, some debris in space, scrape it, bring it back, sell it. Or you can take a salvage contract and go do the same thing. Similarly here with the Starfarer. They could have had fuel transport missions between space stations. This space station is producing a lot of fuel, and they are selling it for 1 credit an SCU. This other station that doesn't actually produce fuel but refuels ships there, they need fuel being brought in. They will buy it for 1.4, credits per SCU, etc., etc., etc. So how much store credit do you have now, and or what dollary dues do you intend to spend? Well, let's have a look. So we've got the convoy pack here. Definitely of interest. The Tycoon pack. Prospector, Vulcan, Vulture. Okay, so the Vulture I really like, because I like to do salvage. The Prospector, I haven't done a lot of prospecting for quite some time. Wraith Wolf Knight, my friend, how are you? 3,850 USD, that is all. In the concept of Star Citizen, and the amount of money some people have spent, it is not a lot. The Orion, the Reclaimer, the Starfarer. Okay, so these ships, the Starfarer and the Reclaimer. The Starfarer, again, just from a nostalgic perspective. In-game, it's relatively useless. The Reclaimer, yeah, huge amount of salvage with that. And, I could get away with the Vulture. What did the Convoy have in it? It has the Starfarer, Terrapin, and a couple of little combat ships, right? What happened to your existing gear? You missed part of the stream. Rag, I have melted everything. My entire fleet is gone. I have nothing. No game package. No game package. No ships. Although I do have some still available that I've bought in game, and then obviously we have the ones for the free fly, and then subscriber ships, right? So I still have access to some ships, but in terms of my personal hangar, it's melted. Everything I bought from 2013, way back in the beginning, to now is gone. Super 5! CRG could do a lot, but they're slowed down by having the majority of their staff on finishing Squadron 42 and still need various Star Citizen-specific tech finished before adding in various wanted gameplay and jobs, etc. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you broke your glasses. Let me have a look.
We tried to connect it, but there's a little wall that we need that I think drops onto the
Invictus Launch Week is a great opportunity to see your tactics.
Oh yeah, they're snapped.
As members of the Empire,
I will have to go this weekend to get you new ones.
I took my glasses to clean my glasses, a little bit dirty with them.
Yeah.
Took them off, one of them just went, boop.
Oh no.
I didn't do anything.
Alright, I want to get some new glasses. We'll go on the weekend. We've got to go see Grandpa tomorrow, right? Yeah, good night, sweetheart. Love you, darling. Yeah, I just got carried away. And, you know, I was trying to clear up some funds to see if I could grab myself an Idris. Missed out, unfortunately. So the exploration pack, definitely something that I'm keen on. All of the ships in here, you know, mostly have a purpose. But the granddaddy in here being, you know, the CCI Queen Charlotte. The convoy pack. There's ships in here that are certainly of interest. A lot of the little fighters and stuff, not so much. Mr. Ramoyne, my friend, how are you? How are you this fine, sunny spring afternoon? Well, I'm very well, but it's quite a cold autumn here in Australia, and it's been a bit chilly. Isn't the Idris sales a timed event every day through a week or something like that? No, it was just at the beginning of Invictus launch week. There were 3 waves. One at 2 a.m. this morning, one at 10 a.m. this morning, and another at 6 p.m. There were 3 waves, 3 opportunities to pick up an Idris during Invictus launch week, and they have all now finished. I managed to get in at 10 o'clock, but I didn't see... I could have bought one with fresh cash $1 dues, but obviously I didn't want to do that. So I tried to pick one up with store credit, but I never saw the store credit option ever become available. So I didn't get one. So yeah, no, it doesn't run every day. There were 3 opportunities, and they're all gone. Finished. Actually, I may be lying. It's a day 1 and 2 thing, right? If we have a quick look, it does say day 1 to 2, so maybe there is a second opportunity. So you have no ships, poor Argo. Well, Argo still has his ships. How's he going to survive? Argo has a separate account. Obviously, you know, we're just talking about my main account here. So if we have a look on the Discord, right? Here we go. Days 1 and 2. Limited hull sales for the Idris P and the Javelin. Okay, so we've had... This is day 1. So this will happen again on day 2. Although it does say wave 1, wave 2, and wave 3. 16th of May, 16th of May, and 16th of May. All of which have now passed. Although it does say day 1 and 2 limited hull series, limited hull sales. So I'm not sure. Now the Tycoon pack, it has a prospect of me to go do a little bit of, you know, prospecting in. It's got my Vulture in there to go do a little bit of, you know, salvaging. It has a Reclaimer in there to do a little bit of, you know, group gameplay. It has the Orion, which at the moment the loaners for the Orion are the Prospector and the Mole, so it gives us the Mole to go do some group gameplay. So, you know, from a you know, a fleet perspective, it's giving us all of these things, right? The Mole to go do, you know, get a couple of people aboard a Mole, go do some rock mining, do some prospecting. It's got the C2 in there to be able to haul some cargo and pair up, and now that we can quantum to different ships and...
Voided Animal 596 is now following on the bridge.
Voided Animal. Thank you, my friend. Welcome to the Crouch Potatoes. There's no further opportunities across the rest of Fleet Week, Ramoyne? No, not... Normally when they have these whole limited sales, they're at the beginning of the event. Why an Idris, though, Super 5, unless you plan some big guild gameplay? Didn't require like 12 crew just to mount turrets. Exactly, you know, that would be the flagship of the CCI fleet, of Crouch Consolidated Industries. That would be our flagship. And that's what we'd use for big organised group activities and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, you know, I'm not going to be running around solo in an Idris. That would be, you know, Crouch Consolidated Industries, CCI's flagship. It's got the Starfarer in there, which I've loved so much. And then obviously it's got a bunch of other concepts in here. The Genesis Starliner, the Crucible, the Orion, the Vulcan, and all of these have different sorts of loaner ships. So the Tycoon pack I'm interested in because it's giving me a bunch of those sorts of things that we had in the original fleet that we went through a couple of weeks ago. The Reclaimer, the Mole as a loaner for the Orion, the Vulture, Prospector, the Starfarer, the Genesis Starliner. It gives us the C2 as a loaner. And so I had a bit of a look through. And if we... flagship, and it's a bit tiny for that. That's why the rest of us got them javelins until we can build the carriers out of our space stations. Well, any ship can be a flagship, right? The flagship is essentially, you know, your command headquarters. It doesn't necessarily need to be the biggest ship. So this would be the fleet if I picked up 2 of those packs, right? Where the hell are we? So this is the Exploration pack and the Tycoon pack, right? This fleet here.
We are thrilled to see that they have truly committed themselves to building a brighter future.
You managed to actually save some money, Ramoyne. You had a spare Atlas pledge with LTI, so you traded it for the new MTC from Grey Cat. Motherfig with the wisdom. Just get the ships you want. So those 2 packs would give... This is what the fleet would look like, right? The Orion, the Reclaimer, the Hull C, the 600i Explorer, the Starfarer, the Carrack Expedition, the Crucible, Genesis Starliner, the Constellation Aquila, Vulcan, Freelancer Doer, Vulture, the 315P, and a bunch of smaller ships, including the Prospector and the Terrapin, and blah, 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 blah. Right now, given that a bunch of these are concepts, the fleet would look like this. Swapping out the, the Orion and the Starliner Genesis the Genesis Starliner. This is what the fleet would look like. The Reclaimer, transport ships, mining ships, the Constellation Andromeda, the Aquila, the Carrack. Buy all the ships! Hotshot Henry, my friend, 07s, how's the day? It is very well. The day was fantastic. I had a lovely nap. We're now in the evening here in Australia where I am. And we're messing about, looking at different game packages and looking at different fleet options, because I did get a little bit carried away. And the great melting of 2025 did take place earlier today. I still haven't found any script. I don't know where it spawns. We've looked around. Let's go downstairs. You tried buying an Idris on all waves so far with no luck, Crouch? Mr. Acorn, yeah. Look, I could have bought one at the 10 o'clock slot for cash buck dollary dues, but I didn't have cash buck dollary dues to spend, and I didn't see the store credit option pop up at all. That was just constantly sold out. I was refreshing constantly on 2 different screens, one with a macro running. From 9:57 a.m. through to 10:08, and for all of those 11 minutes, well, for the first 4 minutes, almost 5, the ability to buy it with War Bond was constantly available for 5 minutes. Then it sold out, and then it quickly became available for about another 15 seconds before it was sold out again. So maybe somebody cancelled or something. But the store credit option was never visible at all. So I don't know if they were doing some sort of sneaky business or something. But yeah, so now we're just here at ArtCorp. I do have a couple of ships that I'd bought in-game, but I have no game package. But obviously, because I've spent, concierge, I have an automatic game package. And I have no ships in my hangar. None. Let there be no slackness in the execution of this order. None. They are to be dressed for every watch. No script, man. I don't know where it spawns, but I haven't been able to find any anywhere. Mr. Hotshot Henry, script comes from the Polaris mission. It's also dotted around the Invictus halls. It's like how sometimes they have the different sorts of events. You can find, presents or, red envelopes. At different events, there's stuff you can collect stashed all over landing zones and stuff. This year in the Invictus launch halls here at the Bevic Convention Center, there's supposed to be script that you can find and collect. But so far, I haven't been able to find any. I've been everywhere. Yeah, at least it's supposed to be. It spawns randomly across all the halls. A tip, keep an eye on the various seating options across the various stages. Yeah, we've been running around Ramoy all the... it's lovely to see so many different sorts of sitting areas and, more opportunities to get, something to eat or something to drink in the different halls. They have the little sitting areas with all the tables and the couches and, all that sort of stuff. But so far, I haven't managed to find anything. So anyway, we're running around the Invictus halls at the moment, whilst we discuss what do I spend my store credit on. You thought I had ships on the ASOP? Yeah, Motherfig, I've got a couple of ships on the ASOP. I've obviously got the Avenger Titan, which everyone gets for the free fly. I've got the 600i, which is apparently the subscriber ship. And then a bunch of other ships that I've bought in game, but like, for example, I still have access to a Starlancer Max and a Starlancer Attack. I didn't buy either of those in game, but somehow I still have access to them. You're going to set up a salvage base in the Halo later, Motherfig? Hotshot, you're not a Starlancer fan. I really like the tack. I really like the tack. It's just painfully slow, that's all. So this is what I'm thinking, right? What do we have to play with? About $5,500. So I could pick up this Tycoon pack, which has the Prospector, the Vulcan, the Vulture, all that sort of stuff. The Orion, the Reclaimer. A lot of the ships that were in the fleet that we put together. And we have this exploration module, which gives me back the precious CCI Queen Charlotte, and some of these other ships that would be useful for it, like the Cyclone gives me some ground operations. Although I think the Tycoon pack does include an Ursa rover as well. And then a Dragonfly, useful for those sorts of missions where you need to fly through space to, go to Comorays and all that sort of stuff. The Constellation Aquila. So I could pick up these two packs, which gives me, close to $1,000, about $900 left over. This Convoy pack, on the other hand, 3,850. The Hull D, I could never imagine using a Hull D for... I'm just not a hauler. The Merchantman, yes, it would be wonderful, but again, I'm not sure I see the point in it. The Starfarer, well, we've got two different freight options here. The Starlifter and the Caterpillar, the Starfarer. The Apollo Triage might be fun. The Hammerhead would certainly be fun. But again, from a group gunplay perspective, obviously the Hammerhead is going to roar on top of a Carrack. But, you know, the Carrack Crude, you know, it's got a bunch of turrets on it. You know, it can put out some firepower. The Hull D isn't even in-game at the moment. Won't be for long while either, I suspect. Well, you know, a lot of the ships in these packs aren't available in-game. What is the loaner? Lone Matrix. For a Hull D. For a Hull D and a Hull E, it's the Hull C, the Hercules C2 and an Arrow. So if you've pledged for a Hull D or a Hull E, then these are the loaners. So from this pack, the only ships that really interest me a great deal is the Hammerhead. You know, the gunship. But I could pick up the Hammerhead separately. The Hammerhead's $750 or something. So anyway, that's where I am, ladies and gentlemen. We have no ships. The great melting of 2025. This would be quite a nice little fleet. Let's go do a mission. Let's get out of these holes. Now, we might rent ourselves from the kiosk some sort of combat ship. Mr. Hotshot Henry, the only thing you'll melt is your Zeus MR and a Cuddy Blue. And maybe the Guardian QI.
For centuries, Invictus and
What planet am I therefore stranded on? Well, I'm not stranded. I have access to ships. But Ramoin, we're obviously at Area 18 here at the Invictus Launch Week event. All right, let's actually, you know what we might do? I never fly it. I've never flown one. Let's go out in the good old Titan, right? It's the ship that we get for the free fly event, so let's take it out. The only place you melt a Super 5 is in the sun. Your fleet collection on every account is sacred. LTI. They remain that way until half is delivered to Guild, and I can enjoy the other half. That probably take another decade or two. Yeah, that's how I felt. But then eventually I was like, stuff it, you know. The whole LTI situation is really honestly just a bit of a joke. Who knows how insurance is going to be implemented in the game? I mean, CIG have dug themselves a hole and they just keep digging it deeper and deeper and deeper. That, you know, at this point, LTI is... I gave up worrying about it a long time ago.
Launch Week is an opportunity for the public and the
All right,
UEE
Riker,
to celebrate the next generation.
Memorial Spaceport, let's go. Don't you dare touch the Guardian. Only if you trade it into the non-QI version will you allow it. Let's go! Tramp's here! Rise, your favourite brand is at Hotshot. Mr. Henry, followed tightly by Drake. Oh, I love Drake. I love Drake a lot.
Tram now leaving the station.
Now, I haven't been able to see, for some reason, there used to be, in the packs, maybe they're not available anymore, or maybe they'll become available during the event, is all the other manufacturer packs, like the complete Aegis pack. Store credit, 10.5 grand for every Aegis ship. They had a Drake package. Maybe that'll become available on the on Drake Day. So maybe these packs have been restricted during the event to just, you know, the manufacturers that are on display. No Drake display this year. So sad about that, actually. Yeah, no Drake display, but there'll be Drake ships available.
Now arriving.
Now arriving. Now arriving at Riker Memorial Spaceport. Thank you for visiting ArcCorp. We wish you a safe and merry onwards journey. So I think we'll grab the Avenger Titan. The free fly ship. And we'll do some of these, you know, tutorial missions for Gilly's flight school. I'm pretty sure I've settled on those 2 packs. The Exploration Mega 2950 pack and the Tycoon pack. That gives me pretty much all the ships that I had access to before. And some I didn't.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle.
So for some reason I still have access to these ships. The 600i, which is apparently the subscriber ship. The Starlancer Max and TAC, I've no idea why I have access to these. I'm pretty sure I bought the Vulture in-game. I'm pretty sure I bought the Pisces in-game. Pretty sure I bought the Nomad in-game. Actually, now I do remember buying a Cutlass Red in-game. Okay, so this makes sense now. So this is the free fly ship. These ships I bought in-game. I don't know why I have access to a Starlancer Max or a TAC because I didn't buy them in-game. Obviously, you can't buy the TAC in-game. It's just been released. Maybe they're also included, and this is obviously the subscriber ships, so a little strange. Let's take out this Aegis Avenger Titan. You know, at the end of the day, I could just play on this account with these ships. You know, I have said, and as I said just before, you know, I have the most fun playing on my old accounts that don't actually have any ships. They're just like, they've got one ship. And then I can spend that $5.5 store credit on every single armor set, every single piece of clothing, every single... Super 5. I like that name so much. And I'm going to say it like that. And I think I have said it like that every time. Super 5. Experience from upcoming June game, cooperating, building bases, vehicles with friends. Totally different gameplay, but it shows how important co-op gameplay is and what Star Citizen in the future may offer. Really looking forward to that crafting and building stuff, be it planet or space bases, etc. Yeah. You hear that beep when you approach the ASOP's terminal? What is that about? I'm not sure what that was about. Northern Surge. And a Javelin. A Javelin. There it goes again. When you entered the elevator, that beep is freaking worrisome. Oh, does this have one of the old... Oh, yeah, it's got... one of the old hover buttons. Oh, who remembers the old hover buttons when there was just like an interaction in space rather than like a button that you've got to press now? Amazing. Such an old ship, this one. Alright, let's climb aboard. Have I avoided all the drama for Star Citizen today? Mr. Junkyard in Space, are you talking about the flight blades issue? Oh dear. Well, we had a bit of a chat about that earlier on. It is a bit disappointing to see that Star Citizen just seems to be missing all these opportunities for expanding out purpose in the game. And as I was saying earlier, putting the game within the game. Where is the game? All right, contracts. Priority. Happy Invictus. And Navy Patrol Training, scenario number 1. All right, so what's Happy Invictus? Hello, citizens and civilians. The United Empire of Earth is proud to acknowledge the start of this year's Invictus ceremony. Originally started in 2542, the United Planets of Earth dispatched naval ships to each of the settled planets to pick up the latest group of volunteers entering military service. Now, over 400 years later, Invictus continues this proud tradition of celebrating those among us who are standing up for others and protecting the Empire as we showcase the latest additions to the naval fleet. This year's festivities can be found on ArcCorp in Stanton and feature a great hall with some of the newest ships on display, as well as the new Idris Experience Tour, where you can tour an active duty Idris, accessible at the top of the I.O. North Tower. Accept this contract if you would like guidance to the festivities. As a special thank you, in partnership with the Mercenary Guild, attendees will be awarded 10 scrip. Thank you and enjoy your Invictus. Yeah, alright, let's do this. Is this basically just a... Yeah, go to the Bevic Center. Okay, let's do it. Let's track this mission just in case we don't know where we're going. My bad. Okay, out of the ship we go. Let's go do Happy Invictus. Man, we were just there, man. We're gonna get paid 50 grand to do this. Out of the ship. Oh, God. Okay, so this is kind of, I guess, somewhat similar to IAE last year. But I don't think we're going to get any rewards out of this other than just, cash buck dollary dues. Bro, if you don't snag an Idris, you're going to be very grumpy. Well, it's over now, isn't it, Acorn? Or is there a second day? We were looking before on Discord, and it said day 1 and 2 for the Idris P and the Javelin. But then I only listed it out the 3 times on the 16th, day 1. But it didn't list any times on the 17th, which would be day 2. So I think there's 3 more waves tomorrow, hey? 2 o'clock in the morning, which is in an hour and a half from now. 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Alright, back to the Bevic Convention Center, ladies and gentlemen. Hunt the Polaris. Maybe we can hunt the Polaris in a in an Avenger Titan. You get 10 scripts sent to your home location. What's that for, Ramon, for this mission? Mr. Taco Tickler, how are you, my friend? What did you do to your fleet crouch? Somebody quick, get him to a doctor, he's gone mad. We did. The great melting of 2025. We have nothing. We have nothing. We've been looking at new opportunities and new prospects. We've been playing around with Fleet Viewer, putting together a potential new fleet made up of a couple of new packs. It's fine, he can buy back, he probably won't. Nah, I don't think I'll buy. I don't think there's anything in there that I'll buy back. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know. I'm over the exclusivity of ships. I'm over the FOMO. I'm over the LTI. I'm over the that ship would be so cool to have.
To get a better understanding of what they have to look forward to.
I just want something that's practical. So is the mission over? Did it complete? Yeah. Okay, it's over. Offers. Okay, so we've got Hunt the Polaris now. We've missed out on Gilly's flight school. All spots are full. No more students. For some reason, during the Great Melting of 2025, I lost my backpack, I lost my helmet, and I lost the weapons I had equipped to my backpack. Which is disappointing. Maybe they'll be back at Lawville. Kind of hoping they'll be back at Lawville.
In their first step to their new life in the
Yeah,
UEE.
I'm also over losing, you know, any of my pledged gear or subscriber gear, like my space marshal armor, for example. You know, I don't really care. If the helmet's gone, the helmet's gone, right? You know, it's just a game, man. You know, and every patch, all these things come back. You really do like the new Idris paint with the shark teeth? Yeah, that was cool. That scheme looked really, really good. So yes, these are the packs that we were looking at. The Exploration Mega Pack, $29.50, gives me back the beloved Carrick Expedition, the CCR Queen Charlotte, as well as some vehicles for it and a few other bits and pieces and some other ships and you know, a 600i for just cruising around in a little bit of luxury. Constellation Aquila to get out there and, you know, haul a few things around. And then the Tycoon pack, which actually gives us, you know, some actual proper ships. You know, the Genesis Stylon, and we get the C2 as a loaner for it, and the Orion we obviously get a Prospector and a Mole. Even though this pack does include its Prospector, we get the Mole for a bit of group gameplay. And you know, some of the other concepts in here, you know, we get loaners for them. So they're the two packs that I'm 99% sure we'll grab, that I'll grab, that we shall. And that leaves me a little bit of leftover cash buck dollary dues in the store credit to pick up something else. What's with this C3PO look you're running around as? You know, it just attracts more pirates and griefers. What are you talking about? Honestly, I'm not too frustrated that I've lost the helmet because I really don't like the Beacon Executive helmet. I really would prefer it to be a C2, which is way more cooler. And obviously now that we have, you know, tier 0 item recovery, you know, I can wear this ridiculous little light armor from RSI and not be too fussed about losing it, even though I have lost my helmet. Alright, the Aegis Avenger Titan, stock. Okay. We need to claim it.
Goodbye.
You can hunt the Polaris mission if others are doing it. You get 30 scripts when it completes. Yeah, I've noticed that nobody's getting any payment at the moment. Now let's go back to my small hangar. Maybe the ship is still there. Oh yes, there it is. Yeah, again, it's, you know, a server-wide event, right? So you can accept it. I don't think you even need to be in the mission area. The AUC payment is split between all players who accepted the contract. Yeah, well, it'd be crazy to get 2 million, right? That's just madness talk. Alright, let's get out of here. That is a Venture suit in shiny gold, very Hurston. Is there a MacFlex version? I'm not sure. Taco Tickler says the missions are starting to falter. Things going down. Is the free flag finally catching up with people? Okay, Navy Patrol training, scenario number 1. When if traveling to different star systems around the Empire, helping those in need and protecting your borders sounds like a rewarding career to you, then maybe you're ready to become a pilot in the UAE Navy. The overall demand for naval pilots has increased in recent years, which means there's now more opportunity than ever before. However, to become a Navy pilot, you need to go through specialist training and gain many hours of flight experience. To give you a small taste of what life as a combat pilot would be like, Gillies Flight School has partnered with the UAE Navy to offer a unique opportunity to take a special patrol training course that will run you through 3 scenarios covering a basic patrol. Sign up now for scenario number 1, scanning a patrol point. I believe that folks learn best by doing, so don't expect a lot of hand-holding out there. This is about throwing you into the deep and giving you a chance to swim. You never know what you're capable of until you're given the chance. As a bonus on completion of the scenario, the original contract holder will be awarded 5 MG scrip. Plus, completing all 3 will get you a special keepsake. Can't wait to see you out there. Instructor Gilly. I suppose it goes with the exec undersuit. It does. Mr. Potato, he rules. He rules the potato patch, yeah.
Welcome to the Navy Patrol training experience.
Yes.
I'm Lucas Baransko, but my students call me Gilly. I've served in 6 squadrons and have over 10 years of teaching under my belt. We're going to be running you through 3 exercises covering a basic patrol. While not as intense as the real deal naval training, this should give you a pretty good idea of what life is like for new recruits learning the ropes. To start, we're going to have you do some scanning, so head to the designated patrol point when you're ready, and we'll kick things off.
It dry everywhere. Go to the asteroid mining base. Oh, okay. Oh wow, this ship is way more agile than I thought it was. Okay, so how come I melted everything? Mr. Potato, I was originally just trying to get some cash buck dollary dues into my store credit to try my luck at grabbing an Idris. And then things just sort of got out of control, and I was like, I don't need that paint, I don't need that atlas, you know, I don't need this, you know, I'll just melt that, I'll melt that, and then it just got to the point where I was like, stuff it, I'll just melt everything and we'll go back to the beginning. Trying to start from the bottom to work your way up? No, well, that's what I'll use my alt accounts for. There's no point doing that on my main because, you know, we've got 5,500 credits, $5,500 in store credits to spend to rebuild the fleet. So self-control got a major debuff. I don't know if we got a major debuff. I think my courage got a major buff. I think my courage got a major buff. And then he bought a Kraken. We need to be in some nav mode. I think we can turn off cruise control. Get ourselves a little bit of okay, let's get up to Bajini Point. Here we go. Exactly what you feared, hey Ramoines. Guys swimming in Idri. I know 2 is hardly swimming, but 2 in close proximity to each other is indicative of the presence of more. Where there is 2, there is too many. Where the hell are all the frickin' orbital markers? think he tried traveling schools like fish. I should unbind my cruise control button. Nah. We ain't got no problem with that cruise control, man. Quantum beacon. Let's go to this quantum beacon. Five seconds is plenty of time for a macro to buy a few. I don't know, man. During the 10 o'clock wave, the ability to buy it with cash back dollar reduce was active for almost 5 minutes.
That's one hurdle cleared. You'd be surprised how many don't even get this far. Okay. Welcome to your first sortie. First things first, choose a point to scan and use your radar to see what you can find.
Alright, we're going to ping this area. What's out here? Perform a focused scan. Why no scan? That's why. Oh my god! This ship is crazy quick. I couldn't handle an arrow, man. What's going on? There we go.
Uh-oh. Seems this satellite's been hacked by outlaws. You're gonna have to take it out. Let's put on some go juice and see what your bird can do. Just keep an eye on your six, as corrupted satellites have been known to bite back.
Corrupted, they fight back?
Alright,
Yes.
this point's secure. Redirect and head to the next one.
Yes! Redirect! Head to the next one! Love mode! Well, actually, we could probably just go in this sim, hey? This is faster than an arrow. Mr. Potato, you're sounding like all the free flyers, man. Anyone want to be a sugar pepper for me? I'm only asking for a measly saber comet. I really should, during the event this week, you know, just rent a whole bunch of these ships and do a bunch of missions, combat missions. I've never really spent a lot of time in any other ship, you know, outside of the ones obviously that I've had in my hangar. Perform a focus scan.
Your scans found a standard satellite. Seems like everything is in order.
Phew. Lucky.
Okay, we're Oscar Mike to the next scan point.
Oscar Mike. let that happen. What's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? Phew.
Contact. Looks like you picked up the basic satellite. That's what a lot of patrolling is about. Checking stuff out and finding everything's perfectly normal. That's it. You successfully completed the first exercise. Hopefully you're feeling proud. You showed some real promise out there. Why don't you get some rest, and I'll see you when you're ready to move on to the next lesson.
Yes! Get some rest! You've earned 5 rewards. Access them at your primary residence's inventory. Super 5. You are armed with macro to filling various information and multiple browsers and computers with a friend helping out to even get a couple of javelins when they went on sale initially. And CIG servers lagged so bad it was timeouts like crazy. Had to snag any variant fast, then get customer support to refund me some money a bit later on. It all worked out, but damn, what a mess. Amazing. Similarly with the Idris and the Krakens, but in less scale. And CIG, meanwhile, being smart and upscaled server backend so they can take more hits, thus get more sales. Yeah, boss man. Time to bedlog for 5 minutes. Let's get some rest. Like, I want that deep simulation mixed in with, like, really long progression chains. So, for example, when you get tired, you've got to go have a little lie down in your bed. Like, you lie down in a med bed and it rejuvenates your health. Having a little lie down in bed for a minute just rejuvenates your stamina. And then, of course, you've got to use the toilet. Alright. Interesting missions. Happy Invictus. Oh. No, hang on. This is our history. I was like, we can just keep doing this mission. Just keep going back to the Bevic Center. Another 50k. Okay, we'll get the mission, go back to the Bevic Center. Alright, scenario number 2. Congrats on completing part 1 of this 3-part course. For your next patrol scenario, things are going to become even more intense. Because that was super intense. Be prepared to encounter some hostiles and dogfight them in a realistic combat scenario just like real Navy pilots do while out on patrol. The hostile ships are all specifically equipped rigs made specifically for training purposes and will be piloted by graduates of the flight school to provide an engaging and educational experience. Sign up now for scenario number 2, neutralizing a hostile threat. As a bonus on completion of the scenario, the original contract holder will be awarded 10 MG script. Make sure you pick up a ship ready for combat, and I'll see you out there. Instructor Gilly. You can also just accept the Hunt Polaris and get the 30 scripts without doing anything. Yeah, a lot. Let's do that. Let's game the system, right? A lot of these server-wide contracts are like that. Where you don't even need to be in the area to get the rewards from it. All right, let's do this scenario number 2. Go to the asteroid mining base.
Where the hell are you going?
I'm scrambling rescue teams to look for survivors from that Navy ship. We snatched a Frontier fighter pilot and put the full burn on him. He didn't want to be tied to killing Navy, so he flipped quick. He gave up the location of a transient jump point that Polaris is going to use to get out of the system. Get over there and set up an ambush.
Alright, let's go. Target's last known location. You should have made it so you had to do damage or something. Yeah, 100%. You know, you at least be in the area. You know, be within like a 50-kilometer bubble of the combat. Super 5, you want an Ironclad ASAP and a Raylan because cool, fresh, new, different.
Now that you're here, we can get the party started. Not sure how much combat experience you have, but the main advice I like to give is to try to focus on moving while aiming.
Target
it's easy
lock.
to get too focused on one at the expense
Certainly,
of the
Commander.
other.
Lock target.
Remember, you're a spaceship, not a glorified turret. You
Target
ready?
lock.
Weapons
Of course,
free.
Commander.
Good luck.
Activate the Toby. What happened to that dude, man? There was somebody in that ship. Didn't they say they were being piloted by Navy cadets? I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! Why? Zoom in. It's a ghost ship. Zoom out. Your easy fix to that supervisor is just to grab them all. And then there's no problems deciding which one to get. Oh, 500 Auroras. Ramon, I'm being moved to the small screen. Yoo-hoo! I've inspired you to log in and try the ghillie missions for yourself. Let's go, man. Crouch. He melted entire fleet to get at least 120 Auroras, thinking may have a secret plan of arming an Aurora guild. Wait, did you really melt everything? And, oh, hi, by the way. Mr. Grim Reaper, everything is gone, man. No game package. No game package. Obviously, you know, I have an account-bound game package, even though I have a game package with any ships. No standalone ships, no game packages, nothing. It's all gone. The great melting of 2025 commenced this morning and completed shortly thereafter. So we now have some cash buck dollary-doos to pick up some new ships and some new packs, and you know, we've been having a bit of a look through the pledge store at some of the packs that are there. Now obviously I don't need a game package, so there's no, you know, we were having a look. Let's just jump back out. We were having a look at some of these packs, right? The Tycoon pack and the Exploration pack, yeah? These include a bunch of the ships that you know, I'm interested in, but then there's some chaff in here that we're not really interested in, like the Freelancer Doer, the 315p, you know, maybe even the 600i. You know, I'm not massively keen on. The Tycoon pack, pretty much everything in here. Excuse me. Pretty much everything in here at some point would be interesting to me. Like even the Crucible, right? Obviously it's a concept ship at the moment. You were thinking about doing the same thing, Grim Reaper, and getting one of those large packs? X-Nightmare, you did the same thing. Welcome on Twitch. First time I'm seeing your name. Welcome. Thank you for tuning in here to After Dark. Welcome to the Crouch Potatoes. You did the same. You're waiting on your Asgard. I think you can upgrade each ship in the pack. Yeah, that's what I did last time I had one of these packs. I upgraded some of the ships that I just wasn't using. You're on a cruise, are you, Grim Reaper? You're getting an exploration pack after your cruise. A so-called flying toolbox. The Crucible is Anvil Aerospace's first dedicated repair ship, featuring a rotating control bridge and a detachable pressurized workspace. The Crucible is a versatile modular garage mobile garage equipped with repair arms, drone operation center, and all the equipment needed to overhaul a damaged craft back into fighting shape. So something like this might be useful. I mean, they were talking... Where did I see it recently? Maybe Space Tomato was talking about it. Maybe CIG themselves were talking about it. I don't know. My ability to reference sources is for those people who've been following a long time will have noticed, is considerably lacking. They were talking about, ships not being destroyed, exploded, being
Twitch is
being disabled.
Mr. X Nightmare 85. Welcome to
Mr. X Nightmare. Or Mrs. My apologies. X Nightmare 85, how are you? Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome, now truly and officially, to the Crouch Potatoes. My name is, of course, Crouch, and you are here with After Dark. So there are some ships in these packs that I'm really don't really need, but would be nice, like Crucible, given that, in the future CIG has talked about, ships being repaired rather than constantly claimed or abandoned and claimed, having to, repair ships, recover and repair and all that sort of stuff. You're on a birthday cruise, your birthday cruise in August, and you're heading to DreamHack in Texas on Sunday. X-Nightmare, have I tried the flight blades? No. What a disappointing situation, right? We were talking about this so much, and obviously the community is on fire right now. With the introduction of Wicklow and Rayari and, contested zones and the executive hangars, and CIG having spent so much time at SitCon last year talking about the different guilds and progression paths and, perks and benefits, that it's disappointing to see that they're going down the route of selling these little small upgrades rather than introducing them into the game in ways that allow us to have a proper progression path, to have some sense of purpose, to have some sense of achievement, of accomplishment, outside of just running constant missions to get more credits to buy more ships. So I haven't tried them. Like Acorn says, amazing idea. What's an amazing idea? The flight blades. You try them with the Gladius and they works really well. I'm sure that they work really well. And I think that's a wonderful idea. Having these small little upgrades. Like, I don't have any issue with, upgrading ships with different weapon platforms or stuff like that. I don't have any issue with that. No issue. I think that's a fantastic thing. But I want to see these things introduced into this universe, into this simulator, to unlock more game within the game. And I mentioned this in most of my streams. There's no game in the game. Recently, though, with the introduction of Wicklow and Rayari and the contested zones and executive hangars and the Hathor missions, there's things that we can now accomplish and achieve in the game. There's things to work towards. What we really need is a reputation system in the game ASAP. We need guilds, progression paths, to make the game feel like a game. Alright, so scenario number 3, the final one. Congrats on completing part 2 of this 3-part course. For your next and final lesson, you will learn how to assist a ship in distress, just like real Navy pilots do while out on patrol. They will be under simulated attack by our specially trained hostile pilots, and it will be up to you to neutralize them as quickly and effectively as possible. Did we just miss out on that contract? Rude! As a bonus, in completion of the scenario, the original contract holder will be awarded 15 MG scrip and a special keepsake. I know you're going to do great out there, Instructor Gilly. Honestly, I think they'll have the blades earnable in-game. They are just giving a quicker option to get it at a cost. Yeah, Rhino, how are you, my friend? Welcome. Fine for starting without you. It's not my fault, man. We even started late. Normally we kick off at 9 p.m. We started at 10:30 tonight. You had plenty of time to be here. Capitalism is such a wonderful thing. Look, I don't have any issue with people buying things on the website. And I really do hope that, all of these sorts of things will become accomplishable in-game. And, much like many of the armors, not just randomly found in loot boxes, but as rewards at the end of some path, some quest chain, some progression path. So that you can go, okay, I want to earn this glowy suit number 4. And I know I can get glowy suit number 4 if I go and do this, talk to this guy, finish that, then go over here, buy that, sell this, turn this upside down, fold that person's helmet inside out and put it back on them, and then go over there and eat the burrito, and then I will get the suit of armor. Like a real MMO, Grim Reaper. Exactly. Exactly. So I'm sure at some point we will get there, and as Space Tomato was saying in his video regarding this situation, this issue, this topic, this controversy, all of this will blow over eventually. And who knows? Who knows? We just got to really wait, right, for the game to continue to be developed over the next 5, 6, 7 years or whatever it is before it's released. To see where things actually end up, right? I wonder real quick. Herge Quirtler and baked potatoes and different sorts of salad sandwiches. Okay. There it is. Let's go. The third mission. What's our little keepsake going to be, do you reckon? A hat. It's going to be a hat and a shirt for Invictus. That is what it shall be. I cannot wait to find out. Yeah, sort of like Wicklow armor. Yeah, exactly. There needs to be lots of that sort of stuff. I want a shooty gun of +3, Wait, a hat? I don't know, we're supposed to get some small little keepsake. I'm thinking it's going to be a hat or some sort of medal. It's probably going to be a medal. You think it'll be a little Ghillie Flight School? It's going to be a Ghillie Flight School certificate. Or a shirt that says, I trained with Ghillie. KP, was that a Scottish accent? I think it was a really bad one. Alright, we gotta protect this ship in the middle of this asteroid base.
Mayday, mayday! Outlaws are attacking my ship!
No! That man has been attacked. That was even worse. That was even worse. There he is. Target lock. Lock target.
Acknowledged.
And why do I never know what it is, man? Activate the Moby.
Thank you. I thought we were done for.
Yes.
Well, I'll be. You passed with flying colors.
Flying
Hopefully,
colors.
Now that you got a taste for it, you'll be looking to keep upping your skills.
Yeah.
Hell, I could see you becoming a full Navy pilot in a year or so. To be honest, you could even be ready to start taking on some mercenary work right now.
Yes.
Whatever path you decide on, it was an honor to be your instructor. Be safe out there. This is Flight Instructor Ghillie, signing off.
Ghillie, the flight instructor. He gave me a special mention. You know what it is, Calypsia, but you won't ruin the surprise. You do like the new armor, gun, and paint pack, Taco, but nobody flies the Vanguard anymore, as there a pack is there. Grim Reaper, you're on mission number 6. Did they forget that all the Star Citizens are supposed to be ex-Navy or something? Well, no, we're just citizens, man. You know, we're not ex-Navy, man. That's Squadron 42, man. There's no crossover happening here, right? You know, let's not get carried away. Away. Offers. Okay. Let us, my good friends, return back to the home of our enslavement. Let's see if my frickin' helmet's there. You gain citizenship through military service. Maybe that's how you earned it. But not me. I just get it. Alright, so we do have options, right? I don't need to buy a game package. Obviously, you know, these game packages come with a game package. Lifetime insurance on all the ships. Obviously, you know, name reservation for those ships that can be named. Okay. Woohoo!
Thank you, KP, for subscribing on YouTube. Well,
KP, thank you for subscribing, mate. Welcome to the Crouch Potatoes. So I don't need the game package, right? The digital download. I'm really not fussed about lifetime insurance. In fact, you know, if I did have a big fleet and, you know, I had to pay, you know, in-game insurances and all that sort of stuff, I would rather that than, you know, the game just needs, it needs money sinks, it needs purpose, and all of these things will happen eventually over time. Earning citizenship through military service, wasn't that the plot of Starship Troopers? I think it's, you know, it was a big part of, you know, Rome, right? You earn citizenship through military service, become a citizen of Rome. So look, we don't need to get the Tycoon pack. We don't need to get this exploration pack. Unfortunately, there's some ships that we just can't get. Even sometimes during Invictus and IAE and the other events during the year. Like the Carrack Expedition. You can get the Carrack. The Carrack pops up from time to time, but not the Expedition. I haven't seen the Expedition pop up for a long time. Now, I'll be honest and I'll tell you, outside of the Expedition having little fins and stuff on it, I don't think there's a huge amount of difference between the Carrack Expedition and the regular Carrack. Outside of some small differences in components, the Carrack Expedition has 2 power plants, the Carrack only has 1, and, you know, there's some differences in the thrusters. I think the Carrack Expedition only has 2 main rear thrusters, whereas the Carrack has 4, and, you know, who knows, really. You're not that old, KP? Probably skipped that lesson at school. Money sinks we had from day 1 in 2012 is called concept sales. Forgotten that already. Very true. Very true. I guess we could go do some Hunt the Polaris in our little buzz shooter. Should we try that? I just want to keep looking at ships for a moment. The Prospector we can buy, the Vulture we can buy. Well, this is the thing, can we? This is the thing. See, all of these ships at some point, you know, are on my, yeah, that'd be nice to have list. The Orion, sure, you know, get up there into space and go do some crazy asteroid mining in a huge, big mining ship. And I get the Prospector and the Mole as a loner, the Reclaimer, the Starfarer, the Genesis Starliner for transporting people around. I'm not fussed about the LTI. if we have a look, right, let's have a look through. And you know, some of these ships might become available during Invictus. So if we have a look right now, Aegis, yeah, there's nothing from Aegis I'm interested in at all. Maybe the Hammerhead as a group gameplay ship. But you know, $725 for a Hammerhead. I'm in a different league than you are, Super 5, when it comes to ship shopping. I'd be, oh, new concept. Cha-ching! Done in 5 seconds. You spent hours looking at them pages. Yeah, well, you know, my cash buck dollary dues are, you know, somewhat limited these days. We can't just be going, buy now, buy now, buy now. About 9-ish hours till they switch to RSI Origin and Argo, I'm pretty sure. No, we're just about to start day 2. We are just about to start day 2. One hour, says Rhino. May 15th and 16th, so the 16th is just about to start, which will be Aegis Dynamics and Grey Cat Industrial for these 2 days. Grim Reaper, good thing you're single and retired. If you were married and have kids, you don't think you'd be able to buy anything. Yeah, so no, we're only on to the second day. Robertson, you know, the next group doesn't start until the 17th, which for me is the 18th and 19th. And we've only just started the 17th. I don't know, man, day maths is hard. So neither of these packs include the Hammerhead. I think the Hammerhead was included in the larger pack, in the Gwert Hurdler, in this convoy pack. But then there's a bunch of ships in this convoy pack that I'm really not interested in. I don't know, maybe it's worthwhile sitting down and actually going through, like somebody said in the chat, and I think it was Motherfig, just buy the ships you want. You know, I don't need a game package. Just I have one of those bound to my account, regardless of whether I have a game package or ships or anything. So I can just buy the ships that I want. And in the fleet that we looked at the other week, this was the fleet. Small, robust. Wait, now I'm confused. Is it switching to RSI, etc. in an hour, or going to the 16th, so still a day to go? No. You've still got 24 hours until RSI. This is only the beginning of the second day. It's the decision times, hours to figure out whether one wants a blue or a red Draco RSI. Most of these ships been there for years now. Should be an easy pick long ago. Yeah, I'm in Australia, so I'm a day ahead. No Aussie banks willing to give a 50k consumer loan for buying all spaceships available in-game. In fact, we got 50 minutes until the next Burge Hurgler pops up. What's it called? The Invictus. Oh no, the Idris. Maybe I could try. Maybe I could try for, you know, I think it's what, $2,090 for clear navigation.
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
for an Idris. And then we'd probably still have enough cash buck dollary dues left over to get the other smaller ships in the fleet. Or a javelin. They need to add a capture to the store, stop all the bots buying before players can. It's true. Let's have a look at the javelin. Ships. The javelin is an anvil ship, right? No, it's what am I talking about? RSI. Polaris. Even the Polaris is unavailable for purchase. Go other, then standalone ships. Where is other? Other standalone ships. The Javelin is Aegis. Oh, it is Aegis, isn't it? So here we go. 3,300 in store credit. Chunky. Chunky. What's the loaner for a Javelin? A Polaris and an MPUV cargo. Amazing. Amazing. This freaking game, man. That's with tax included, so really be less. I know, yeah, that's true. That's very true. Who decides how much to sell these ships for anyway? I think they've got a spinning wheel. Yeah, we decide because we keep buying them. Alright, let's go have a look and see what's going on over here, hey? We'll see what sort of damage we can do before we run out of bullets. Neutralize the targets, then neutralize the targets, and then neutralize the Polaris before it escapes. Let's go to the ambush point. Keep trying to wrap your mind around the fact that there are ships in-game for $3,000. Yeah, it's a bit crazy. It is a bit crazy. I don't think anybody's here. SPKer. Address number 1. I see this guy about a fair bit, SPKer. Corsair. Gig it. I kind of like the fact that, you know, you can see the serial number, the registration number, right? But, you know, there's no way to know who they are until you scan them, right? Kind of like when you're driving around, you can see someone's registration plate on their car. But you don't know who it is until you stop and knock on the window and say, "G'day, mate. My name's Crouch." And hoping they go, "G'day, Crouch. My name's also Crouch." And then you say, "Well, we can form a group and call ourselves the Crouch Potatoes." Like that. This ship is abandoned. What's your name? Jackson. Fuck you, Jackson. What's your name? Billy. Fuck you, Billy. SBK is your friend, is he, Acorn? KP, you hope with ships costing that much, you hope that one day soon you can get at the very least to get insurance that covers the inside customizations for them. Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. Hey! He's buggered off! He's buggered off! There was someone in that Corsair! The scan was lying! Unscannable! Unscannable! That was an asteroid that we crashed into and got ourselves destroyed. Whoever thought that would happen on my stream? Never before. Never before. Not a single time now. No one ever sees the asteroids till it's too late. You saw that coming from 10 minutes ago, Potato? Someone revoke his license. Asteroid. It even rhymes with destroyed. Now we can come back in a 600i. Let's come back in a 600i. Let's do that. Because why not? Oh, now we can also check to see if my frickin' helmet is here.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal parameters.
Littering in the space rock zone. Flying without due care and attention. Hey man, I'm a Navy graduate, man. I do what I want. Alright, let's have a look here.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal parameters statute.
My helmet is not here. My helmet's gone. You got the luxury 600i Grim Reaper, but you've been checking out the Explorer and you kind of like it. But you missed the luxury living room. Alt H for my helmet, Grim Reaper. No, it was in my backpack. And after the Great Melting of 2025, my backpack has disappeared. Why? I'm not sure. Because the backpack wasn't a pledged item. But the backpack and the guns and stuff, and obviously the stuff inside the backpack has gone the way of the ships that were involved in the Great Melting of 2025. Unequip the core and see if the backpack becomes viable. That's a good thing to test out. Let's try it. No, it did not work. So now you get to rock the gold outfit without a white helmet, with a white helmet. Sexy. It's a bit of a bummer. It's a bit of a... I didn't really mind because, I mean, this was the helmet, right? Or was, you know, a Venture helmet in gold with this big stupid glass bubble dome and that stupid little skull cap. Half your inventory has disappeared, Ramoyne. All your armor, clothes and stuff is gone. No! Did you not get a Mohawk helmet crouch? I did not. That would look sick with gold armor. One minute it was there, Ramoyne. Next minute it's gone. There's a great purging. Mr. Potato, yeah, we just tried to take the core off just then and put that back on, but that didn't work. Oh, disappointing. Like this armor, this helmet here, you can get in an executive in the gold, which looks sweet. But I don't seem to have it anymore. The hazmat helmet. Like even this in gold would suit this armor really nicely. This is what they should be selling on the website, right? Skins. Not components, but skins. Like, I want to wear this helmet that has these buffs and these debuffs and these pros and cons and these stats and whatever, but I want it to look like this. Much like you can do in many, many other MMOs. Is, you know, I have this suit of armor that does X, Y, Z, but I'm going to buy this skin to make it look like this. Don't give them more ideas to take our money. Well, it's bad enough. Fortnite. Yeah, I think Fortnite does that, right? Hashtag vote hazmat helmet. It's time for me to do a character reset to get the helmet back. I don't think you get it back for a character reset. You only get it back at the beginning of each patch or each wipe. That's what they should be doing on the pledge store. Like they have paints for ships, right? Fine, fair enough. Sell paints on the website. Don't have an issue with that. We should be able to get those paints in-game also through mission quests and storylines and progression paths and, you know, all that sort of stuff. But then customization sorts of things, sell those on the website so I can, you know, so I can look like XYZ. And then if you truly want to have, you know, restricted or limited sort of stuff that's, you know, bound to account type things like this Space Marshal armor, you can't get this anywhere outside of just spending more than $5 grand on the game. That sort of stuff I don't have an issue with. If you want to have exclusive sort of stuff, you can still have exclusive stuff. But, yeah, selling all of these bits and pieces on the web store, they can't change now. Lots of low-cost cosmetics. Yeah. Like wearing heavy armor and put a cosmetic of light armor on to confuse your enemy. Yeah, yes. Alright. Close the chat.
Certainly, Commander.
Open the contract manager.
Certainly, Commander.
Alright, let's have a look. Okay, there's no more priority missions. How do we get onto the next lot of priority missions? You were thinking about one of those voice packs, Reaper? Yeah, HCS has some really good ones. This is obviously my own one that I've made. How is that guy sprinting so fast at us? Exactly.
Feeling ready to get back to work? Ask your doctor or pharmacist how to taper your medication dosage.
You didn't know they exist? Yeah, HCS makes some wonderful voice packs. Wonderful voice packs. 15 likes on the old YouTubery tonight. Wonderful. Thank you so much. This is because we've been looking at a lot of ships to buy. You see, looking at ships to buy gets people excited. That's an unnecessary amount of voice packs, Rhino. 13 HCS voice packs, eh? Feywen, how are you, my friend? Why would you melt all your ships, man? Well, things got out of control. Things got out of control, and like I do, I get out of control. So they're gone. All gone. What do you see? Spanish ladies. All gone now. All gone. So yes, the great melting. Yeah. Crouch's midlife crisis. Honestly, I am in the middle of a midlife crisis. That is 100% legit. Melts all these ships and buys a Mazda MX-5 in game.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
You've reset your character 3 times metaphysical, and each time I've done it solved my issues. Oh, Ramon, you logged out and logged back in and everything was present and correct again. Oh, that's good to hear.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and
yeah, I wish we could have like an account wipe function. An account wipe function would be sweet. Let me just wipe my account, please. Seems like every Star Citizen content creator has a meltdown or more or less, or at more or less regular intervals. Seems like part of the extended gameplay. You've been in a midlife crisis for 20 years, Glutrino. How are you, my friend? Welcome.
Be considerate of your fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
Melting my Polaris would net me 346, so I can't melt that, only upgrade. Yeah, no doubt I lost heaps of value in, this ridiculous melting of 2025. Like I said earlier, I don't have as much store credit as I thought I would have. I don't understand the whole mini game, the whole CCU, the whole upgrading of ships. But I don't care. The money has been spent and it's gone, and I can't use that money to do anything else with. So, it's valueless, really. And at some point in time, this game will cease to exist, or I'll stop playing it, and that money is gone anyway. So I can't be bothered being, you know, weighed down by the, oh, I'm going to lose $250 of value. Dude, I just go and do, you know, an extra couple of hours work, and there we go. Problem solved. Oh, that reminds me. Just give me... Okay, I'll do it later on, actually. I need to go put my overtime availability for next weekend. Grim Reaper, you have a benefactor for your account, so if anything happens to you, they automatically inherit your account. Yeah, amazing. It's only money, print new ones as needed. Just remember, write paper and ink. And I have the freedom to buy whatever standalone ship we need, Crouch. Yeah, I know, you know, that's what I was saying. You know, looking at these packs, there's things in here that I want. The Carrick Expedition, for example, is you can't get this anymore. You can get the Carrick at certain times throughout the year, during different events and stuff like that. You'll be my benefactor, will you, Acorn, free of charge? Thank you, my friend. I shall consider it.
That's a good word.
So ships like this one, the Carrick Expedition, you know, it's only available in this pack, which kind of binds me then to these other ships. Now, I did buy this pack at one stage and then melted it, and but I did upgrade a bunch of these other ships to other ships that I would find more useful. Super 5. You definitely need to put these packs into a spreadsheet that you can use to analyze the pros and cons of each item per pack. Pack versus standalone purchases, see how many you can save or lose per pack, etc. Possibly. You know, the wonderful thing though is there's no great rush, right? You know, I have an account-bound game package. I don't need a game package. And there's ships here in the game that I can use to do things with. Who knows when these will disappear? Who knows why these Starlance and Mac and the Tax is here? But it is. So, you know, like I said, I've had the most joy, the most fun playing on my alt account that only have one ship. So like I said, you know, like I said a couple of hours ago, was it a couple of hours ago? Could have been. Maybe an hour ago. At some point during the stream tonight. That I could just use the store credit to go and buy every armor set and every gun and, you know, every paint and, you know, rather than getting ships. I'm over the whole thing, really. I'm gonna miss out on that ship. Oh no.
That is an invalid request.
Oh, maybe I can. Oh. Okay. Let's try one of these Starlance and Max. Then.
Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
Maybe I can't actually get these. Denny, my friend, yo, how are you, buddy? Thanks for joining us on Twitcheroo. Rana, you think Squadron 42 will be at least $60? I think so.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Okay, when you've got Squadron 42 in your pledge, and if you melt it, you get $30 back. Do you think it will be worth much more once it's fully released? Yeah, I think, like Rana says, I think it's going to be at least 60.
The ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, let's try and retrieve this Max.
Selected. Stand by. Your insurance claim has been sent.
You don't know, Acorn, you think, yeah, games are trending towards $80? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was towards the higher end. CG, the type of fuckers that would price Squadron 42 at $100 US. You think the gaming market is heading for a collapse, Rhino? You think so? I don't think so. Okay, so I can't get the 600i out. It doesn't look like I can get the Star Lancer Max out. Maybe the only ship I do actually have access to... Oh, actually, no, we'll have the other ships, right? The ones that I bought in-game. They're charging us $20 US to for a 1% increase in turn rate. It's a bit crazy.
Please visit us again.
CIG need their money. Their balance sheet looks frightful. What they need to do is fucking release Squadron 42.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, let's claim the Avenger Titan while we're here messing
Your
about.
insurance claim has been sent.
Alright, so the Pisces will work, the Nomad will work, the Cutlass Red will work, and so will the Vulture, because those I know I've all bought in game. Hang on, the 600i is on my pad?
Please visit us again.
Why are there so many bodies around? Just let the bodies hit the floor. There's a 600i sitting there. It's like a great big peanut. How do you get in this friggin' ship? And elevate. Yes, sir. Alright, top deck, lower deck. Alright, let's start at the bottom. A bedpan. It does look like a bedpan, doesn't it? Calypso, you were just looking at the 600i. It's kind of cool. Well, let's have a bit of a look around it. I don't think I've ever been on one before. Although I do know that people are carrying on for ages that the 600i needs a rework. I like this. Imagine waking up on some planet, looking out the aft of the ship. This is like a proper sloop with a, you know, a double cabin here in the transom of the ship here. We're forward, are we? Can we get our camera outside? Okay, so we're forward, are we? Plenty Game Sets sells with choice of Standard Edition, Deluxe, Ultimate Edition at 110-ish, etc. and sell well. June Awakening lately around $100 for the Ultimate Edition, and people here shop like it's dirt cheap candy. Yeah. Magical Trevor, my friend, how are you? Paying for features is a dangerous precedent. I really hope this isn't the future. Well, you know, I'm pretty sure it is. like this. Toilet, shower, powder room. Nice little ensuite. Nice little owner's cabin. I do like Origin ships. Even if Rhino says, like, they are useless. What is this? See, I think I bought the frickin' Constellation Phoenix because it was like limited, right? It's like, oh, I want to have one of those limited ships, and you know, I wanted something that had a little bit of luxury to it, and crew quarters, guest cabins. Well, they're not cabins, really, are they? Who needs luxury in the game? The luxurious who needs use. Well, you know, there's something nice about having a ship that's nice to be in. Who needs luxury in the game? Well, it depends on the gameplay, right? Like, I'd love to do, like, taxi missions. You know, you get paid more for, you know, the type of ship that you transport people in. I'd love to do taxi missions. Hang on, are there 2 male bathrooms? I do like how they have male and female bathrooms. Yeah, this is... Come on, man, it's the future, people. Starship Troopers style. That shower is bigger than yours at home, Meta. Denizen, you have a Phoenix. The Phoenix is decent. You have an Andromeda. I mean, if I picked up some of those packs, then I could always get my Phoenix back. But, you know, one of those packs has this 600i, and, you know... I've no idea what sort of weaponry this ship has, or what it's like to fly. I guess we'll find out in a minute. Until we crash into another asteroid. Alright, so the lower deck has all of our accommodations. Let's go up this staircase, because why not? See, a boat that has a circular staircase is a ship, not a boat. Boats have ladders. Okay, so here's a guest cabin, right? This would be a good luxury taxi ship. Indeed, I like this. Another guest cabin. So that was our crew quarters below. A third guest cabin. A fourth guest cabin. Three suit lockers, or are these escape pods? There's only 3 escape pods for our 4 guests on board. Okay, so here's our bridge. The pilot seat's in the middle. Enter seat. Enter seat. Alright, let's go aft and see what's down there. It is a nice bridge, isn't it? I like it. And I like this big glass, you know, dome out the front. I don't know what the issues with the 600i are. I don't know why people are saying it needs a rework. You know, it does look like a bedpan, doesn't it? It's very similar to 890 Jump. Well, you know, same manufacturer, right? It's the baby Jump. It's the baby Jump. So what down, you know, here in the forward was the, oh yes, there's the owner's cabin there. It is interesting how they've got the owner's cabin and the crew quarters on the lower deck. And then guest cabins on the upper deck. I would have thought that the owner's cabin and the guest cabins would be sort of in the same place, and you'd have your crew entirely separate. And from the perspective of just having a you know, a nice slow boat that looks beautiful, that's nice to be aboard. All right, let's go all the way to the aft of the ship and find out what's back here. You know, I just like that idea of, you know, slow boating around, doing a little bit of sightseeing. You know, just traveling about. All right, so we got 2 elevators. That's yep. Yep. This would be a cool space for a medical facility. Look at this, man. It would it could have a choice between elevators and stairs, then we could rule out getting locked up in elevator and stuck to a ladder. This is true. I like this place, man. I like this ship a lot. Levels, Jerry. Levels. It's got a freaking pool table! It's got a pool table! Levels, Jerry. Levels. This is a nice ship. I like this ship. What is this? This is a 600i Explorer, yeah? I mean, have a look at this galley. Why the tables? You know, I can see that they're following the lines and stuff here, and you know who's, you know, Morphologist is going to have a video on this, isn't it? Architect Reviews. Because maybe this is what people are talking about when they're talking about, you know, it needs a rework. Is, you know, I haven't seen any component bays or anything. Engineering panel, utility panel. Open door. Okay, interesting. This is the kind of shit that Richard Branson would own. I think Richard Branson would have an 890 jump for, like, you know, big group things when he gets people together. But yeah, as for his personal ship, yeah, I can see that for sure. This is the ship that, like, only the highest level of, you know, associates ever come to. Otherwise, you just go to the 890 jump where, you know, that's just his general ship. But, you know, in terms of his personal ship, his home ship, so to speak, only the very best of clients would come here. You can see billiard balls being a problem if gravity fails. Do they float around during soft death? That would be kind of cool. Alright. So I haven't seen any sort of hangar, like for putting a vehicle or anything in. Maybe I've missed the hangar. I really like this ship. I really like this ship. I like those weapon racks, that little armory. Alright, so let's find out where these elevators go. A ship this big doesn't need a hangar. Why would you want to leave? Well, you know, you got to have somewhere to put a vehicle, right? How do you do focused scan? I think you just need to do a regular scan and then, yeah, I think you just got to get close. I think you just need to get close. One elevator and a staircase, so this staircase will go up here and then back around here should be an elevator. Sweet. This is our bridge. Yep, sweet, sweet. And our second elevator at the back here. Okay. Oh, not big. Bougie. I think ostentatious. Isn't there a bike rack at the front, or is that a different ship? I think the 400i has a bike rack. The Explorer has the cargo / rover bay. The Touring has nothing. So this is the Explorer, right? So oh no, we're on the Touring, 600i Touring. Okay, I see. So this is the Touring ship. So the Explorer has the cargo / rover bay and the Touring has nothing. If it's a subscriber one, no. Okay. No, well, let's take this bird out for a bit of a journey, hey? Right, so this is why it has all the luxury accommodations and everything, because this is the Touring ship. This is what people charter to go on space adventures. Don't know what size weapons these are, but we got 3 of them. There's no extra turrets or anything. Let's jump in one of these other seats and see what they do. I really like this ship. So, you know, coming back to one of our pledges then, one of these packages has, so we were looking at the Tycoon and the Exploration. I think the Tycoon, oh no, neither of them, it's not here. Oh yeah, here we go, this is 600i Exploration module, excuse me. So that could be my luxury ship, right? As much as I do like the Phoenix, well, I don't know. I guess we need to have a look at a 600i, right? Exploration module. Does this guy just sit here? He doth do nothing. Alright, let's take this little bedpan out for a little adventure. We'll go find a Polaris in a 600i touring ship. Oh my word! Rude! That does not fit there. Here we go! I like this ship a lot, man. I do think that we need to be able to scan ships from further away, because before, when we were over at the meeting point, I had to get quite close to ships to be able to scan them. Now that may be influenced by the different sorts of radars and stuff and scanners that you have aboard. You know, I'm not sure, but it'd be nice to be able to scan a ship. I guess it depends on its components and your components and all that sort of stuff. What happened to the mission? Is the mission finished? It is over. Priority. Another Hunt the Polaris mission. Now we want to do more of the Hergequirtlers. The new ones. Clear out the PAF, Mercwork, assist in defending site, a routine patrol. Time to knock out a routine patrol for one of our long-term clients. The route is a series of waypoints that need to be visited and scanned to confirm everything is as expected. Should be simple enough. If interested, please accept and head to the location marked on your HUD to start. Pull this off and the main contractor will get a bonus payment of 2 Mercenary Guild scrip. Okay, so that's one of the new missions. Reduce overpopulation. Okay, here we go. Combat Gauntlet. Gilly's Flight School, scenario number 1. Looking to gain a critical hands-on experience battling a variety of targets and situations, then my Combat Gauntlet might be the perfect fit for you. Please understand that this course is intended for pilots who have already mastered flying basics and are ready to take their abilities to the next level. If you're starting off and want to learn the ropes, I'd recommend logging some hours in an Arena Commander SimPod. But for those ready to face a real challenge, I firmly believe that students learn best by doing. That's why I've designed these 8 scenarios to be as realistic as possible. I promise you this is the closest thing to Navy combat pilot training you can get without enlisting. So don't expect a lot of hand-holding. The risk of injury to yourself or your ship should be taken very seriously. Gauntlet scenarios, there's 8 of them. A single target, multiple targets, target priority, target stealth, missiles and countermeasures, multi-crew targets, corvette with escorts, and a capital ship encounter. So if you're ready to challenge yourself and prove you've got what it takes to be a great pilot, the first scenario will focus on handling a single target. Head to a Hurston weapons testing site above Magdeb to begin. As a bonus, a successful completion of the scenario will net the original contract holder an award of 1 Mercenary Guild scrip. Tricks of the trade, situational awareness. Don't get so focused on taking a target that you aren't watching your flight path. No good taking out the enemy if you fly headfirst into an asteroid. I wonder if this is like, you know, player specific, if they just change this around depending on the player. The scanning stuff is very fiddly and I don't know how to get it to work. So you should just be able to be in scanning mode, either in nav or SCM. You can go to scan mode. And then when you're very close to the target, you've got to be quite close. You can scan it as long as you've got your scanning button set correctly. All right, let's go. Let's go do this first one, right? Scenario number 1 in the 600i touring ship.
Hey, rookie. Thanks for signing up for my combat pilot training course. Just to introduce myself, I'm Lucas Baramsko, but my students call me Gilly. I've served in 6 squadrons in the Navy and have over 10 years experience teaching pilots how to fly and fight. For this first lesson, we're going to start off slow and evaluate how you handle yourself in some one-on-one dogfights. Everyone you're facing off against are former students of mine flying special training rigs. You can treat them like normal hostiles, so don't worry and do your best. They can handle it. All right, get ready, and I'll see you out there.
All right, let's go. This track is entirely appropriate for this scenario.
Welcome, Rook. We'll get started in a moment. Got hostiles heading to your position. Prepare to engage.
Activate the Toby. She's not a combat ship. She's not a combat ship. Power to weapons.
Certainly, Commander.
Wave clear. Here comes the next.
There's some big panels of shit lying around.
All targets neutralized. Catch your breath. The next one is on its way.
Glee Trainer, your first starter was the first ship after your starter was the IAE. Best in show, hey? Now, if I was a better pilot, I'd be able to avoid this sort of strafing behavior.
That's gonna put a big check mark in the done column. You showed a lot of solid skills out there today, rookie. Can't wait to see how you do with the next lesson.
Yeah. So your first ship after the starter was the IAE 2951. Let's turn that off. Best in show. Best in show, which one? Oh, just from the final day. Still in your fleet. Of course, it was also all downhill as far as my pilot was concerned after that. You've earned some Mercenary Guild scrip. What are scrips? Scrips are like an alternate form of money that apparently you can spend at Wickelos to do different sorts of things. It's physical currency you get from Merc missions to get favors from Wickelos, says Rano. Yeah. Physical cash buck dollary doos. So if you kill someone and they've got a whole bunch of scrip in their backpack, snag it. Oh, you forgot to say it was the 600i Explorer. Okay. Okay. Ravixi, how are you? To be honest, being in a bigger ship requires you to do what you do there. What is that? Float around? That was quite nice. I enjoyed that. I mean, it's clearly strafing. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was trying to strafe mostly. It's clearly not a combat ship, right? Clearly not a combat ship. It doesn't have the ability to carry a vehicle. It's got some cannons which pack a bit of a punch. I don't know what size they are. Let's have a look, right? Ships. Can we do a search? Is there a search bar for the 600i, right? So we've got the Touring and the Explorer. Maximum crew of 5. Three size 5s. It does have two dual size 3 turrets. And four racks of size 5 missiles. So it packs a punch. It packs a punch. I don't know. These seats must be where the turret operators manage the situation from. Ravixi, you're also good. Well, that's lovely to hear. It's great to see you here on Twitch. Been off because my CPU had decided to break on you, so I couldn't boot any games up without the PC dying and rebooting. That's brutal. So now you've got no money. You have to buy a new CPU. Oh, that's brutal. All right, let's have a look at the 600i Explorer. Unfettered views along with an included G12 ground vehicle allow you to see and explore every corner of the galaxy. Okay, so this is kind of similar to how the Phoenix comes with the Lynx, right? Although the G12 isn't in the game yet. Light but durable hull plating and impressive weapons package to keep your crew, passengers, and up to 40 SEU of cargo safe. Technical specs, it has 3 size 5s. It has 4 quad size 5 missiles. Okay, I thought they weren't turrets. And 2 dual size 3 turrets. Okay, so it's armed the same way as the Tora is. It is 475. I think the Phoenix is less than that. But the Phoenix doesn't feel the same in terms of luxury as the touring ship did. I've no idea what the Explorer is like, obviously. This vehicle is only available as part of a package. Okay. What packages is it available in? Oh, no, it's just taking us to all the packages. Okay. So now what? We go on to scenario number 2. Whenever you're set, grab a combat ship, which this is not, and head to an asteroid base to begin. Scenario 2 will focus on how to deal with multiple targets at the same time. Goal here is to give you a better handle on how to balance offense and defense. Pick your fight. For situations where you're coming up against multiple targets of equal threat, your best strategy is to focus on neutralizing one target at a time and gradually reduce the amount of incoming fire. We'll get 3 Mercenary Guild script for this mission. I do like this sort of progression, this, you know, cascading sort of mission things. That I'd like to see a lot more of this. Reduce an overpopulation, go hunt some Copion. We don't have any weapons with us, but hang on, wait. Combat Gauntlet, scenario number 1. Oh, we can do it again? Huh. I would have thought that this was like a quest. You do step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and once you've finished it, that's that quest chain done. And then you'd pick up another quest chain. This is where they need to have hundreds and hundreds of these types of chains, right? So these are the things that you work through, that you burn through. At the end of this chain, you get a flight blade, you know, or a suit of armor, or a weapon, or, you know, something like that. Something to progress through and complete. Alright, so it looks like the only priority mission now is hunt the Polaris. Looks like we've finished. Oh, let's go back to Lorville and find out what we got. What did we get? Does it tell us? For completing the Invictus Hergequertler thing? Priority. weren't we supposed to get, for completing Gilly's flight school, like a little keepsake? What was the keepsake? It's not in my history, hey? How am I supposed to know what to look for in Lawville? There's going to be a bunch of stuff there. Alright, so who knows? Somebody knew. Was it, Calypsia? Knew what the little keepsake for completing Gilly's, you know, introduction mission of three little missions. Gilly's pilot training quest thingy. Cracking up on 21 likes on the old YouTube. Incredible. Double digits. Set a course for Lawville.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Alright, we've only got a little bit more time before I've got to jump off. Going up to see my father today. My mother passed away last night, and my sister and I will be heading up to go see my dad. They were separated many years ago. But he will want to know, so we're going to go up and see him in person. So I can't be up all night because she's going to come and pick me up. Oh, look, she'd been very unwell for a number of years. And it wasn't unexpected. But thank you. I wasn't especially close with my mother. You know, as I said, my family separated when I was quite young. And there were two very distinct camps. Like two very distinct camps. So I think my sisters are feeling the pain of her loss a great deal more than I am. But we managed to spend some lovely time together. Last Christmas, not the Christmas just past, the one before, when Mum was here in Australia. She lives in London with my sister there. So we all spent some time together. You know, we had the initial scare, you know, a year and a half ago. And so all the siblings came together in the Blue Mountains, a beautiful place where one of my other sisters lives. And spent some lovely time together. And then we had another this is it moment back in January. And then obviously the final goodbye last night. I was quite lucky. I was working, and you know, normally I don't hear my phone ring because, you know, there's planes around. I'm on a loud diesel tug that's making a lot of noise. I don't hear my phone ring. But I happened to have my Bluetooth earmuffs on last night. I was listening to Billy Connolly's autobiography. And because I had that on, I heard you have an incoming call. And so I checked it and I saw a WhatsApp group call and I was like, oh, it's time. So, I can't be up for super long tonight. Even though it is a Friday night, and we could have had hours and hours to kick it. We've got a little bit of time left. So, I want to go have a look at some of this script. I don't know how much we're going to need. Is there anything in the contract manager or the journal? Let's say the journal, right? ArtCorp UEE, Hurston Dynamics, user guides to maintenance. Interesting. Forager's guide to the system. Nothing in here about script. So look at the collections for Wicklow. I don't see why it would be a mission. It's 50 script per favor. Per favor. Need mining things. Clever things to trade. He wants 5 Sabir. So these we can't find, right? We're going to buy these Sabir. And take them up to Wickelow's Emporium at Kinga Station near Microtech. He's got clever things to trade, hey? And then we're obviously into the Rayari missions. So I'm assuming then we just go there and cash in. Armor with horn and string. Want Polaris? Need something special? Here we go. Trade council script for favors. Council script. If you want other way to get favors from Wicklow, have thing for you. Wicklow will need script given out by council group. Wicklow not part of Thief Suli, but has business from time to time. Relay, how are you? Thank you for joining us on Twitch. New name. I don't think I've seen your name before. Welcome. That's the one. But this is for council script, right? But so far we've been collecting mercenary guild script. Not council script. Or are they at this point in time considered, from Wickelow's perspective, to be the same thing? Alright, let's have a look. Does this elevator near the bridge take us out of the ship? Does. So there's 2 elevators on the ship. That's good to see. The council is headhunters. It's the same mission you were doing them 1 hour ago. Okay, well that was a fun ship. The Origin 600i touring ship. Oh, Glutrino, when you were walking around in Invictus you found 2 script? I remember we tried to keep an eye out both when I was on this morning and then when we were over at the halls earlier on, but we couldn't find any script anywhere. Metaphysical, so tell me now, Crouch, do you have seller's remorse yet? For what, melting my fleet? The great melting of 2025? No, man, I don't give a shit anymore. Like I said, I'm way over the nonsense associated with Star Citizen ships and pledges and concepts and LTI and, you know, all that sort of stuff. You know, I've spent thousands of dollars and the money's gone. You know, this game could shut down tomorrow and I'd never get that money back. It could shut down in 20 years and I'd never get the money back. It may never shut down and I'll never get the money back. The money's been spent. The money is gone. Whatever. I've spent and lost way more than I've spent on this stupid game on other stupid decisions. Now I get to look forward to, you know, actually getting other ships. I've cleaned the slate, so to speak. There's also a mission that gives like 50k from visiting Invictus. Yeah, Glue Trainer, we did that one already. And apparently there was, you know, we did the missions for Gilly as well. Somehow I've managed to lose my helmet, which is super disappointing. And there's nothing in here that tells me what's been recently added to my inventory, unfortunately. So I'm gonna say it's been added to other, and it's gonna be on the last page. So this is the script. Year of the Pig envelope. RSI constellation painting. Put it in my hand, please. Put. Alright, let's have a look here. Whoa. Beautiful. After whinging about blades, you do realise that later in the year they're going to be available in-game, right? So how is that different from every other new thing that CIG brings? It's not. You know, like I said, I don't have a problem with them selling things on the store, but it would be nice to see them having these sorts of things at the end of progression chains or game quests. Kind of like that little thing that we just did for Gilly, right? We did the 3 different missions for Gilly's flight school, and we got something. I don't know what it was. I didn't see it pop up on the screen. It's not in my quest log, but, you know, we got something for finishing that quest. So CIG have a huge opportunity for this sort of stuff. And, you know, they've started it with Wicklow and Rayari, and like I said, you know, all throughout the stream, the contested zones and the executive hangars to be able to follow these sorts of chains to, you know, get things. I'd rather see them doing that than releasing things on the website to buy. I'd rather that they went down the other route of selling cosmetics rather than actual things, components and pieces and, you know, guns and all that sort of stuff. Make those items as part of, you know, in-game, you know, purchasable items, in-game earnable items at the end of quest chains or story progression or all that sort of stuff. And then, you know, let us spend our money on freaking making my stupid white beacon helmet match this ridiculous gold armor. That's what I would have rather have seen. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's, you know, CIG will do what they believe is best for their company. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I don't really care. I have done a little bit of work on my character. I think it's getting closer. I don't think it's spot on yet. But it's getting closer. The eyebrows aren't quite right still. There was a guy saying earlier, log off and back on and it may come back. Now, I tried that earlier on. I noticed that the backpack and helmet and stuff went missing before the stream, and, you know, I've logged off and logged on a couple of times before the stream as I was setting things up and taking the screenshot for the YouTube cover and stuff. No, Flossie, I put my helmet in the backpack. I didn't Alt-H it. Or clip it to my belt. That's going to be so sweet when we Alt-H to take our helmet off and it actually gets clipped to our belt and, you know, we can see it rattling along. So, I am not 100% sure that this RSI painting was our reward. Who knows what the reward was? Given that we don't know, and there was nothing in the log journal that told me what our little keepsake was. It was a future Navy pilot t-shirt. I thought it would be a t-shirt or a cap. The Idris P, no, that's forgiveness sweater. Shirts. I didn't get it. Rude. Great Death, you think if I repair my account, I'll get that back if it was a purchased item? It wasn't a purchased item. It was an account-bound item. This is my Space Marshal armor that you get as a reward for reaching the Space Marshal level. So I didn't buy the armor specifically, but I bought enough shit for CIG to say, oh, give this dude some freaking gold armor. Mr. Glue Trainer, you gave your 5-year-old grandson a Tim Tam. You didn't tell your daughter. Anyway, he wants to know who showed you how to eat the Tim Tam that way. He wants to know who showed me how to eat the Tim Tams that way. I don't know. It's just an Australian thing. At some point in time, you learn it. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's just something that I don't know where I learnt it from or who showed me the Tim Tam Slam. It's just something you learn as you grow up and start drinking coffee and stuff. And, you know, it's an Australian thing. It's kind of like a rite of passage. The good old Tim Tam Slam. All right, what's next? What's next? I'm back to looking at the ships. We've got to make some decisions here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to make some decisions. Do I get these 2 packs, right? Or Kylie Minogue tells the world on the Graham Norton show? Can't tell him that. He will want to move to Australia if I say that. So, we've got these options, right? Both of these packs here, the Exploration Mega Pack, $29.50, and the Tycoon Pack, have all the ships that I really want. That we'd put together in, like, this little fleet. When we were talking about, you know, my fleet, not last weekend, the weekend before on a Saturday stream, I think. When we were talking about Crouch Consolidated Industry and how I'd like to get Fridays back to, you know, group-related sort of activities. And, you know, I've been talking about it for fucking 6 months. And, you know, what ships do I need to have in the fleet so that I can organise, like, a salvage expedition, a mining expedition, you know, some security-related activities, you know, bounty missions or mercenary missions or raiding Hathor locations or stuff like that. And so, you know, these were the sorts of ships that we came up with. Now, those 2 packs will give me these ships. Now, obviously, the Crucible, the Genesis, the Orion, they're not available in-game at the moment. They're all concepts. And so we'd end up with this fleet here. Which is a fairly sizable difference from, you know, what I was considering, you know, just mashing everything down to. There's no big group ship in here like a Hammerhead. I could, for example, you know, we'll still have some cash buck dollary dues left over from buying these 2 packs to throw a Hammerhead in, which, you know, would be good fun for, you know, bounty missions and stuff like that. You know, getting a whole bunch of gunners in there and, you know, kit it out with fully ballistic, you know, Hammerhead and go run some bounty missions and then, you know, go and restock, have a Schultz somewhere, you know, in Orison, and then, you know, go back out for another exploration. It gives me the Starfarer. I'll get 2 of them because of the loner, and I get 2 prospectors again because of the loner. I don't get the... I should get the mole in here. Yeah, I got the mole for the Orion. So it has all of the ships. Plus some other bits and pieces. You know, we got some transport in here. So that's what I'm thinking, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm thinking. But the great melting. The great melting of 2025. And I guess at the end of the day, you know, if I buy these 2 packs, they'll all have lifetime insurance. You know, having just previously said that, I really don't care about that sort of stuff anymore. Alright, so this is a little strange, though. Gilly's Flight School, the combat gauntlet, that you can redo the scenarios. It would have been nice if this was just a chain of the 8 different scenarios. And then you had, like... We really badly need the guilds. They need to put the guilds in the game. As soon as they put the guilds in the game, then, you know, like, for example, Gilly's Flight School. If you imagine Gilly's Flight School was a guild, okay? And that guild had this combat gauntlet chain of these 8 missions that you'd go through. And then, let's say, you know, you had the mining guild. And the mining guild would have a chain of, you know, gem collection. Collect me this many gems, refine this much ore, bring me this much unrefined iron, etc., etc. Those sorts of, you know, chains, those sorts of activities, those would be awesome. Oh, you know one thing that we need to do? Oh, I don't think we've got the ships to do it anymore. The great melting of 2025.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I don't think we have a ship that we can put inside another ship. We've no more Furies. They're all gone. All those ridiculous LTI tokens. Enough of that nonsense. To be able to quantum to another ship. I guess we could take a ship out somewhere. Backspace. Alright, let's try. Mr. Flossie, need to sort dinner out. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Well, thank you, mate. I appreciate you joining me. Take care, buddy. Oh, yeah, no, we managed... Okay. Oh, Flossie.
The family pack has been opened. Flossie69 just gifted 5 subs.
Family pack.
And welcome to After Dark.
Gifting out those 5 subs on his way out before dinner. What a legend, mate. Thank you so much, buddy. You're a champion, man. Your contributions and your support have been immense. It's getting that hype train started, ladies and gentlemen. Throw your bits in the box. Throw your bits in the box and we can make it into a pile. Alright, so at the moment, let's get this Starlancer tack. Yeah, we took the tack. See, this is the weird thing, right? I took the Starlancer tack to Area 18 to go down to Invictus. And then the Great Melting began. But I still have access to it. What stream snacks are we doing tonight, Metaphysical? There are no stream snacks, man. I've got to really get back into a proper rhythm. You know, like I said, I'm in the middle of a midlife crisis right now. And, you know, I constantly am just drifting around going, what the hell am I doing? You know, I haven't fully closed my business yet. I enjoy my work, but sometimes it's just a pain in the ass. A lot of the people that I work with just, you know, they're just not all there, right? You know, common sense doesn't seem to be common. And, you know, then, you know, I watch so many boating channels on YouTube and I'm like, fuck it. I'm just, you know, I just want to get a boat, a nice 40-foot boat and just go cruising for 5 years.
Sorry to interrupt, Commander. Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Oh, Glutrino.
Has been opened. Glutrino just gifted 3 subs.
What a legend.
Enjoy the Tim Tams, folks.
Level 2 hype train. 3 more gifts to the sub. What a legend, Glutrino. I'm so fortunate. I'm so grateful. I really am so very thankful that, you know, I get this opportunity a couple of times on the weekend, or as Slash would say, 1 stream per sub cycle, to jump on and, you know, play this silly game, have a bit of a chat, you know, and, you know, have a lovely community that's not only super supportive, but really active in chat. You know, the same people and new people, you know, every stream. I'm just so thankful, so fortunate. I'm very, very blessed.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, we've got no ships we can put inside another ship to test out this quantuming to other ships. Somebody did say earlier in the chat that it does work very well. Let's jump back into the pledge store, right? Alright, so let's add this Tycoon pack to the cart. Let's add this Exploration Mega Pack to the cart. Gonna add some exclusive promotions. So we've got $1,200. Hang on, wait a minute. Oh yeah. So I shouldn't have to pay this GST, right? Because it's store credit. So if we add that in there. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've still got. Oh, I forgot to calculate the GST. We've still got $1,315 in the kitty bank. To, you know. To throw in like a hammerhead or something like that. What am I really missing here? There's everything we need here. Except like a dedicated gunship. I mean, we've got the Constellation Andromeda. An Asgard. An Asgard. As a rock mining vehicle. As a dedicated rock mining vehicle. Plenty of space in the Asgard. How many rocks do you think you'd fit in an Asgard? 4? I wish I saved the J-Con of this. Wait till I see all the ships at the end of Invictus launch week. It's true, there's no great terrible rush, right? Everything becomes available at the end, right? For like one day during the finale. Everything becomes available. Alright, let's go shoot some stuff. And we'll finish up with a little bit of pew-pew. What sort of pew-pew? Or should we go on a little rock mining expedition? Do I have a ship that can carry a rock? I do. 4 rocks is no problem, you think, Glue Tree? No, get a bunch of rocks, get a bunch of geos in there. Let's get this arrow armor on, hey? Let's get a little arrow baku. Alright. Now we look like an Imperial Fist scout, yeah? We don't have any ammo or anything. We're going to have to buy some ammo. And for some reason I've lost my executive custodian. Who knows when that happened? We got the P8. We'll throw a suppressor on there. Do I have any suppressors? We do. Let's throw that scope on there. Let's grab ourselves a P4. We'll suppress that. Do we have a delta scope or something like that? Oh yeah, this will be fun. Right. Utilities. I think we need to go to the shops. We need to get some ammo. Or, I guess we could go with what we have and loot stuff. Let's go to the shops. Let's go for a little quick trip. You enjoy the arrow armor sets, do you, Metaphysical? do a Hathor platform and grab myself some Vault guns. I did enjoy those Hathor missions that we did. Was it last week? First time having a look at those. Those were great fun. I really enjoyed those. No, that's where we are. This is where we're going. You can check out the Asgard at the convention hall. Yeah, we were there earlier on, Rhino, having a look around the halls. We jumped aboard the Asgard, had a bit of a look through it. I did kind of like it. You know, well, I liked it a lot, actually. It was quite a nice ship. Actually, you know, they had a really interesting... We were talking about the details of how the ship was placed and like this little detail they had on the convention floor to, you know, for the ramp so it would sit flush and stuff. And then it had this wonderful audio that would crescendo as you walked up the back of the ramp. You know, there was this deep, grinding, drummy music with growling bass in it, and that would, you know, grow as you approached the ship. And then as you walked up the back of the ramp, and then you got just into the lip of the, you know, the just up the ramp, you know, the music was crescendoing, and then it would fade away as you went further into the ship. It was such a lovely experience. Such a lovely experience. It was so well done. It makes the Asgard is it Anvil? All right, we'll get ourselves some ammo. We'll get a couple of med pens. Oh, you know what the wonderful thing is now? The paramed tool finally gone to the pistol slot. Yes. I forgot about the GST part of the web store. That's given me an extra 550 cash buck dollary dues that I totally forgot about. So maybe those 2 packs, along with an Asgard and a hammerhead. And the hammerhead to be just a nice, you know, gunship for group activities, for group bounties, and, you know, mercenary contracts. And I guess we could go back and have a look at the hammerhead, because it is just a gunship, right? We can't fit any vehicle or anything inside it. And I guess if we had to assault like a UGF that was in hostile territory, we've got enough gunfire on that ship to take out the turrets. Alright, let's get ourselves a little bit of P4. Let's get ourselves a little bit of P8. Yeah, a lot of the things that you need for the Wicklow contracts require you to do the Hathor mission so that you can open the cave to get access to the minerals inside there.
Welcome to Leapton Station. Transfers to the Central Line.
one of those on.
Welcome to Leapton Station.
And how many slots do we have? 6. We'll put a second one and the rest of the P4. We've got 1 med pen.
Welcome to Leapton Station. Transfers to the central line.
We're not going to need a huge amount of ammo. We're not going to be running around doing too many things right now.
Welcome to Leapton Station. Transfers to the central line.
The new ship missions are the PvE alternative. Okay, so you get the script and you trade that for favors, and then you trade the favors for the Wicklow stuff, hey? Is that how it works, Rhino? So instead of going and getting the minables and all that sort of stuff to trade for the favors, and then trading the favors for the Wicklow stuff, you can do the bounties to get the script. So does he take both Mercenary Guild script and Council script? Or does he only take Council script? Because in the contracts, it only said that he was interested in...
Together, we can make sure that you leave a lasting imprint here at Hurston.
Here we go. Trade Council script for favors. And the Ace helmets and the horns and the Morocco gems. Okay. So he takes Merc script, does he? As well as Council script? Or is there another mission for trade mercenary script for favors? He takes both. Who takes both? Oh, you know what we haven't had a look at? Is our script. Whereabouts is our script? It's in other, right? And it hasn't stacked. And apparently I was watching Space Tomato the other day. That apparently it takes up huge amounts of space in your backpack. They didn't sneakily put in a stack all button. So 41 script fills up a lot of space. Why does it take up so much volume? Well, I guess it is kind of chunky, right?
You having a good one?
I am, thanks, mate. It's pretty chunky. It's not like a little piece of paper. It's pretty chunky. Mercenary Guild. Yes. This is the start of guilds, ladies and gentlemen. This is the start of guilds. This is the start of ships full of treasure. Let's go. Do a bit of shooty pew pew. KP, you purchased some game. You purchased some paint for your in-game Zeus. Last patch vanished on a paint swap and came back this patch. Maybe you'll have the same. Oh, that helmet will come back for sure. No problems. Yeah, Beskar. Mandalorian. Yeah. Whatever it's called. Beskar. Little chunks of metal. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. What's the time? It's 3 a.m. Who else counts on their knuckles? You know how you've got little sections on your fingers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I ran out of fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're way too busy dragging your knuckles to use them to count on. Can't even spell knuckles. Alright, let's see. We can take the little... oh, we can take the Cutlass Red, I suppose. Then we can just camp out somewhere. Let's have a look what it's got on it first. That's the wrong button. Why are there naked bodies everywhere? Free flyers, man. Free flyers. Let's put our coal fire livery on there. Don't know why I still have access to that. Alright, so yeah, we want to change these out. Where are all me guns? Where are all me guns? Me gunses. Where are all me gunses? What the hell's going on here? Doesn't the Cutlass Red have 4 size 3 weapons? Size 3. Size 3. Size 3. Size 3. Oh yeah, I'll put size 2 weapons on there. Where are the rest of my Panthers gone? Rude! Rude. Oh, actually, they were probably equipped to ships that got lost in the Great Melting of 2025. And thus, therefore, have been melted along with them. Man, those weapons cost a lot of money. Oops. Let's go get ourselves this Cutlass Red and go on a little bit of an adventure. We're going to have to earn ourselves some cash buck dollary dues to rebuy our weapons. Whoa.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
We'll finish up with a little bit of combat.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Crosshair connection is so bad, Twitch has throttled the graphics down to just shiny smudges of colour. Terrible. Terrible. One more Timmy of Tams.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Looks like we might have some sort of problem here. The Asgard isn't on. Get it red, please. Gamp says no. The Asgard is not available on the Fleet Viewer at the moment. See, I'm so torn, right? What's going on, Gem? Come on, Gem.
Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Why not have much work, hey?
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
See, I don't understand why I should worry too much about the Hammerhead, yeah? Because at the end of the day, the Carrack, it can put out, you know, a decent amount of firepower and have a reasonable crew aboard. Plus, you know, for mercenary missions and stuff, it can have, you know, a bunch of Furies and stuff inside of it. So for going out on a you know, a patrol, not only do you have the 4 turrets that are available on the Carrack, but then you could spit out a fighter from the hangar at the top, something like an Arrow, and then you can fit 3 Furies quite comfortably in the garage. So you could then have just as many people aboard, if not more, a Carrack, as you could a Hammerhead. But then some of those people get to do their own pilot sort of stuff, for those people who want to be like a pilot, right? And provide, you know, support vehicles to the Carrack. The Carrack, in that view, is a better option. What's going on? Hello, please make it work. Please try again. Okay, let's try and get this little Pisces. Maybe everything's broken, hey? Brockendo. Yeah, I can't open the chat. Game be broke. Game be broke. So from a get out and fight perspective, let's go do some bounties or some, you know, mercenary contracts. The Carrack can fit that role. From a rock mining perspective, the Valkyrie or the Asgard would be way better than trying to do group rock mining in the Carrack. Or even the C2, which we've done in the past. Small ship, easy to handle, can fit a bunch of rocks in there. Too many things, man. Too many things to consider. I don't know what else.
Please visit us again.
Oh, come on. There's the chat. Okay. Disappointing. All right, well then, ladies and gentlemen. We might leave it at that then. It has been a very interesting evening. A very interesting evening. Having a little look around the Invictus halls. Doing some of the new Gilly Flight School missions. I didn't get my t-shirt, damn it. We got ourselves some Mercenary Guild script. 41, so we need 9 more, right? So I guess we could do more of those Gilly Flight School missions. Let me just check again, right? That Gilly Flight School mission. You can just redo those, right? And I think, what, you get 2 script or something? Mercenary. Scenario number 2. Okay, so, oh, there it is. Scenario number 1. So you get 1 script for that mission, 3 script for this mission. I'm sure there's ways of earning more cash buck dollary dues in terms of script, but it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much to everyone who's hanged out with me tonight. Thank you to freaking Glutrino and to Flossie for gifting out 8 subs to the community. Legendary. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's the support is phenomenal every weekend. It's amazing. Voided Animal, X Nightmare, both following along over on the old Twitcheroo. I can't see stats, unfortunately, from YouTube. There's no summary, unfortunately, from YouTube. But I think KP subbed up on YouTube tonight. Got you inspired, KP, to go to Bevec and get your script. A Polaris in there would be nice to add. Yeah, you know, that's true. That's true. We do have the cash buck dollary dues to add a a Polaris in. And that would be a wonderful little flagship. Lady Space Patrol. I melted my pledges. I did the great melting of 2025. It's all gone. Everything. All my pledges from 2013 up until today. All gone. Joined the scrap pile. Into the heap. They are no more. Why? I don't know. Why not? It's a game. It's part of the game. All right, look, let's queue up a little raid over on Twitcheroos. And I've got just enough time to chill out, watch an episode of Sharp, have a browse through the pledge store. Oh, we missed out. We could have tried at 2 o'clock to see if we could get picked up an Idris. But we didn't. We didn't try. Glutrina, you like the hangar, like in the Idris as a mobile base? Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Mousy, why you no worky? Here we go. Let me have a look. Glutrina, you tried and failed with your F5 finger? No worky. Dogs07, mate. Thank you so much. All right, let me find somebody here. I'll send you over to Hotshot Henry. What's he up to? Welcome to the ship show, Star Med Leader. He's got a lot of stuff going on in his stream. He's got a whole little... Oh, wow, he's got a crazy setup. How many monitors is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Out of control. All right, I'm going to shoot you over to Hotshot Henry. Some would say too much. Yeah, there's a lot going on in his stream, all those little characters and stuff. But, you know, we'll queue it up. We'll send it his way tonight. It's not my cup of tea, all of that Twitch streameroo sort of stuff. But that's up to you to make your decision. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for tuning in with me tonight. Tomorrow and the weekend. Yeah, I guess we'll be back tomorrow. Nothing too much going on. See you on Saturday. See you later tonight. Or later today. Or whenever the freaking time it is for you. For me, it'll be later tonight. Take care. I shall see everyone. Yeah, I'm going. See you later. See ya. Bye. Let's get this raid going right now. Bye!